Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your patience. The day is about to begin officially, and we'll kick off the day with a recap by the representative or a rep of the DWL team. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Ms. Jacqueline. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow. The room is super full. Good morning, everybody. First, I'd like to apologize on our late start today. Um, but we're here now, and we'd really like to get on with it. I want to give a quick recap. I don't know if some of us were present yesterday. A quick recap of, what the journey has been since we started on Wednesday, and to also welcome you to day 3 of the Design Week Lagos talks. So yesterday's session, we focused on the power of collaboration. We explored why working together across sectors and industries is essential to positioning the design industry as a key driver of economic growth. We delved into how unified efforts can amplify our impact and set the foundation for future success. So today we are honored to have the keynote from the Managing Director of the Bank of Industry, who will share insights on scaling innovation and whatever else they have in their keynote speech. But later on today, we will be having more panel discussions on the same topic, which is scaling innovation, driving mass production, and how we can basically collaborate across the different disciplines in the design sector. All of these panels will be dedicated to actionable strategies for bridging collaboration and boosting scalability in our industry. We hope that these conversations will create a clear path and help to elevate our design initiatives as Design Week Lagos, not just in Nigeria, like I said yesterday, because of the sheer number of people and population we have here, because of our shared number of population and the immense creativity we have here, we believe that whatever it is that needs to happen across the continent first has to start in Nigeria. And that's why this whole initiative is very dear to our hearts. So we hope that this clear path will be throughout this week with all the conversations we're having, create a way forward for us to elevate our design initiatives, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. So I encourage us all to engage, collaborate, and to push our vision forward. And like I said yesterday, together we can. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Jacqueline. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go right into the keynote for this morning, been delivered by Dr. Olasupo Olusi, the Managing Director of the Bank of Industry. Dr. Olasupo is a distinguished economist and seasoned development finance expert with a remarkable over 2-decade career dedicated to shaping economic policies, fostering fiscal sustainability, and driving private and financial sector development on a global scale. Currently the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Bank of Industry, Dr. Olusi brings a wealth of expertise honed through his extensive tenure with prestigious institutions such as the World Bank and the International Finance Corporation. His illustrious journey commenced at the World Bank, where he significantly contributed to capital markets reform and conducted groundbreaking research on finance and private sector development in the Middle East and North Africa. Over the years, Dr. Olusi has assumed pivotal roles, including as a World Bank country economist for many countries, economic advisor at the Federal Ministry of Finance in Nigeria, and senior private sector specialist at the International Finance Corporation. He is ably represented this morning by Mr. Austin Eguche. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause as he takes the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting back Bank of Industry. The MD until yesterday was going to be around, but something came up and is unavoidably absent. He sent his apology, so I'm here to deliver his speech from him. So I'm standing here to represent him, not in my own capacity. So standing on all existing protocols, I will just go ahead to deliver a speech from Dr. Olusi. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here today at the 6th edition of Design Week, Lagos. Over the years, I've been a keen observer of the remarkable accomplishment of this platform in empowering Nigeria designers, artists, and entrepreneurs to drive their business and exhibit their innovative and creative works, both domestically and internationally. Today, it is my honor to deliver this keynote on the topic, Revitalizing Nigeria's Industrial Sector, the role of the BOI in nurturing emerging industrialists, and how digital transformation is shaping the future of the industry. Globally, industrialization plays an essential role in transforming economies and attaining macroeconomic objectives, such as employment generation, improved standard of living, poverty reduction, wealth creation, among others. Of course, these are some of the issues that we have in Nigeria today. So it has played a key role in the growth and development of some of the wealthiest countries like the US, the UK, France, etc., as well as China, Brazil, India, South Korea, Malaysia, who have also experienced rapid industrialization in recent decades. As you may know, industrialization has evolved through the centuries, from simple machine production to mass production, to the digital age of computers to internet-driven era, to where we are today, and with disruptive technology. Today, we are at what is often referred to as the fourth industrial revolution. And this, of course, is characterized by trends such as the IoT, Internet of Things, the robotics, the virtual reality, and artificial intelligence. These digital technologies are revolutionizing manufacturing and service-oriented processes by streamlining operations, reducing costs, and facilitating access to global markets. Additionally, the growing emphasis on adopting sustainable industrial practices through eco-friendly technologies further highlights the importance of integrating technology into global economic development. The result is that today, industry and industrializations have evolved beyond pure manufacturing to services, knowledge, and innovation. If you recall, some years ago, it was well publicized that the world's largest taxi company owns no vehicle, Uber. The most popular media owner creates no content, Facebook, Alibaba. The world's largest accommodation provider owns no real estate, Airbnb. Some of these may have changed by now. The evolution in the digital space has removed borders and limits to how businesses, sectors, economics function and thrive today. The fourth industrial revolution has also embraced design-centric approaches to enhance customer experience. In the financial services industry, we have complex products that have been transformed into accessible and user-friendly platforms. So in emerging sectors like entertainment, streaming platforms such as Netflix and Spotify have redefined the industry by offering intuitive interfaces and personalized recommendations. The hospitality industry has also benefited from design-focused initiatives, creating memorable experiences through well-designed hotel lobbies, comfortable rooms, inviting restaurants. Even in the healthcare sector, design has played a crucial role in improving patient satisfactions and outcomes. In this regard, Nigeria is also no exception to the service sector-led growth model. The service sector has been a key contributor to GDP growth, accounting for about 58% of the total GDP, driven by financial services, ICT, e-commerce, creative industries, among others, as highlighted in the National Bureau of Statistics Quarter 2 2024 report. With the increasing productivity in fintech, creative industry, and trade industries, these industries are also attracting investments, fostering cross-sector innovations, expanding employment opportunities, and gaining global recognition. For instance, Nigeria's fintech ecosystem has attracted substantial foreign investment, establishing Lagos State as a hub of startups. These trends highlight that Nigerian economy has neglected the traditional pathway of industrialization from agriculture and manufacturing to fully becoming a service-based economy, with emerging industries playing a pivotal role in reshaping this narrative. While the focus has shifted towards services in recent years, it is essential to recognize that these services often rely on and contribute to industrialization, making them an integral part of our nation's progress in this digital age. Though the economy has shown considerable improvement and potential for increased growth, the industrial landscape is not without its existing challenges. These include inadequate infrastructure facilities, which of course is very critical to growth and development. And this escalates operating expenses and threatens the survival of industries, import dependence on primary inputs, and the underdeveloped nature of basic industries, such as iron, steel, etc., which are prerequisites to the production of intermediate inputs. Others are the unavailability of adequate technology, lack of innovation due to limited research and development activities, insufficient skilled manpower, and lack of collateral for easy access to finance, because that is another key area of discussion. These challenges are the reasons for low productivity, poor quality products, and non-competitiveness in the global market for made in Nigerian goods. The question that then comes to mind is, how can we revitalize industrial growth by emerging industrialists in Nigeria? I will commence with some of the initiatives by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration, which is targeted at the industrial sector. The federal government is working on the establishment of a national credit guarantee entity, which will enable enterprises to access funding from financial institutions with little or no collateral. The new agency will allow financial institutions such as deposit money banks, fintechs, and other finance houses to de-risk their lending by providing partial guarantees, co-guarantees, and other de-risking solutions. Work on this has reached an advanced stage, And the details, of course, will come out shortly. The government has also established the Nigeria Consumer Credit Corporation. The single mandate of Credit Corp is to remove structural, market, and policy barriers and accelerate access to consumer credit to 50% of all working Nigerians by 2030. Efforts are currently ongoing to establish additional free trade zones and industrial parks. These are aimed at attracting both local and foreign investments. These zones, after tax incentives and infrastructure to promote industrial growth, such as Lekki Trades, Free Trade Zones, and Kano Free Trade Zone. The government has also recently introduced various structural economic reforms, such as the removal of fuel subsidies and the adoption of a unified foreign exchange policy. The impact of this reform is geared towards industrialization and economic diversification. Although these policies have brought about macroeconomic shocks in business operation, they aim to stabilize the economy and create a more competitive environment for industries in the very long run. For us at the Bank of Industry, our mandate is to promote industrialization in Nigeria. And we do this by providing both financial and business advisory support to micro, small, medium, and large-scale Nigerian enterprises. This includes the financings required to procure equipment for improved efficiency of their production processes. This enables businesses to produce goods that are not only value-adding, but can also compete locally and internationally. To deepen our mandate of developmental impact, we recently identified 6 thematic areas, which are MSMEs, digital transformation and economy, youth and skills, climate and sustainability, infrastructure, and gender. And of course, these 6 areas are very strategic, looking at our economy. These thematic areas are designed to ensure that every loan we disburse contributes to job creation, a greener economy, and overall economic growth. In addition, BOI is the local executing agency of the $617.7 million investment in digital and creative enterprise, the IDICE program. The federal government initiative co-financed by African Development Bank, the French Development Bank, and Islamic Development Bank. It is aimed at promoting investment in digital and creative ecosystem in Nigeria towards fostering growth of high potential industries. Through this initiative, Nigeria can compete in this digital transformation era to significantly enhance its competitiveness, increase productivity, and wealth creation opportunities for millions of Nigerians, especially the youth. To address challenges faced by emerging industries in putting together well-packaged and viable loan proposals, BOI offers business advisory support services such as capacity building, mentoring, business model designs, business plan creation, entrepreneurial training services, operations management, and market access. Through our business development service providers, they're called BDSPs, which helps, some customers to package their applications, especially the smaller businesses that are not able to on their own put their requests together. This strategic partnership ensures that businesses are better able to access loans from BOI and other financial institutions and equipped to handle the day-to-day running of their businesses. In facilitating access to both local and global markets, the bank regularly sponsors local industry trade fairs that target the promotion of local manufactured goods such as Agri, Expo, Lagos Leather Fair, Fashion Souk, Lagos Shoe Hub events, among others. BOI also connect industrialists with domestic and international buyers to help them scale their operations and increase their revenue. From the policy advocacy angle, BOI is also a member and on the steering committee of the National Action Committee on African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFTA, in Nigeria, and has offered a lot of impulse to shaping Nigeria's response to AFTA from a policy perspective, as well as offering practical support. To our customers. We have also partnered with AFDB, Afreximbank, and other stakeholders on the establishment of special agro-processing zones and special economic zones. At the BOI, we're not just lenders, we're partners in progress. We have designed targeted interventions for research and development activities to support innovation and creative endeavors. These initiatives are part of our commitment to strengthen Nigeria's industrial sector, leading to improved competition, innovation, and economic development in Nigeria. As the saying goes, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second best time is now. Today, we have the opportunity to plant the seeds of a new industrial future for Nigeria. To foster economic growth, we must nurture industries like farmers, tend to their young plants with care, patience, and the right resources. Let us seize this moment through creativity, innovation, and collaboration to build a future where industries thrive, entrepreneurs prosper, and the economy flourishes. In doing this, Nigeria will be on its path to becoming an industrial hub within Africa and beyond. In closing, I believe that the creative and innovative spirit being showcased since this event commenced is a powerful catalyst for the emerging industrial transformation we desire in Nigeria. I am confident that if we all play our part, we will be able to build a Nigeria that will provide quality jobs, reduce poverty, improve the quality of life for all its citizens. To this end, I urge everyone here to consider BOI as a willing partner in your entrepreneurial endeavors for greater developmental impact. We look forward to the insightful conversation and collaboration that will emerge from this event. Thank you all for your attention, and God bless you all. So talk to us at Bank of Industry. No matter the kind of business you are into, talk to us. We're willing to partner with you to take your business to the next level. Thank you, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Austin Eguche, and a very big thank you to Dr. Olasupo Olusi. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Austin one more time. First speaker, our first panelist, who is also going to be moderating this session. I will just give a few minutes for the photo ops before I bring up the speaker. We'll allow just about 3 to 5 minutes for those who need to take a bathroom break. Now will be a good time to do that. And when we get back, we'll go straight into the panel conversation. See you in 3 minutes. Thank you again for joining us. For those who are just coming, welcome to day 3 of the 6th edition of Design Week Lagos. And this is our third panel session, talking about designing Nigeria's industrial future, strategies for scaling, innovation, and mass production. We have amazing speakers in the room who are going to do justice to this topic. And moderating this session is Demi Samande, who stands out as a visionary leader in the furniture manufacturing industry. With over 15 years of experience driving high-end furniture ventures across the UK and Nigeria. As the CEO of Majors Holdings and host of the Susu podcast, Demi exemplifies both practical expertise and conceptual mastery, seamlessly blending traditional craftsmanship with contemporary aesthetics. Her business philosophy is rooted in sustainable practices and innovation, ensuring that every product is not only luxurious, but environmentally conscious. With a degree in architecture from the London Metropolitan University, Demi's ability to design both exquisite furniture and functional spaces has set her apart as a leader in the industry. Demi's impact extends beyond manufacturing. As a founder of Majors Academy, she is committed to equipping Africa's youth with practical skills in furniture making, upholstery, and craftsmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, with a DWL applause, please welcome on stage Demi Samande. You can do better than that. Come on, a round of applause for her. Joining Demi is Abimbola Shonibare Oshibodu, the head of retail at IO Furniture Limited, where she leads marketing, communications, merchandising, and product development. Since joining in 2019 as a digital and marketing specialist, she has been instrumental in driving the company's digital and traditional marketing strategies, enhancing customer experiences across all channels. Before joining IO Furniture, Abimbola spent over 8 years at McKinsey & Company, where she played a pivotal role in recruitment and communications, focusing on emerging markets. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Abimbola Shonibare Oshibodu. Come on, you can make it louder. Come on, make it louder. Thank you, Abimbola, for coming. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is a gentleman, Ajayi Joshua Oluwatobi, who is a widely creative and astute entrepreneur. Is the founder of Nod Automobiles Limited, one of the first truly Nigerian automobile brands, and the co-founder of Jetvan Automobiles Limited, an authorized dealer of Mercedes-Benz Sprinter in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He started his career at Mercedes-Benz Nigeria and became the head of division at Vans at only age 24. He developed strategies to increase the market share of Mercedes-Benz Vans in Nigeria and was successful. In late 2014 to 2015, after a few years with the brand, he co-founded Jetvan. In recognition of his contribution to the auto industry, he was nominated for the CEO of the Year at the Nigeria Auto Journalist Awards. Jetvan won the award for the New Entrant of the Year and is a fellow of the Institute of Credit Administration. It was listed by Forbes as one of the most promising young entrepreneurs in Africa for 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Ajayi Joshua Oluwatobi. A round of applause for a true gentleman. And joining them on stage is Boluwatito Ayepola. Simply put, Boluwatito is interested in building sustainable systems. Having experienced firsthand in a developing nation the adverse effects of poor environmental planning and unsustainable material flows on human well-being, she now devotes her pursuits to establishing systems that will foster thriving coexistence of man and nature. With training in chemical engineering, municipal solid waste management, and the circular economy, Boluwatito Ayepola continues to acquire technical and business expertise, touching on various areas of regenerative material economies, and dedicates her time to developing practical solutions for the sustainability challenges that plague mankind. Please, if your hands are not too tired, please put them together as we welcome on stage Boluwatito Ayepola. Last but certainly not the least, is Mariam Ajaga, who is a seasoned professional with a wealth of experience spanning various sectors, including healthcare, media, the arts, and culture. With a strong commitment to sustainable development and a proven ability to drive impactful initiatives, Mariam currently serves as the Special Advisor to the President of Nigeria on Arts and Culture, Office of the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy. Her strategic leadership, stakeholder engagement skills, and passion for transformative change make her a valuable asset in the advancing of the cultural landscape of Nigeria. Please make welcome Mariam Ajaga. And as I mentioned earlier, this session will be moderated by the delectable Demi Samandi. Demi, over to you.
Can everybody hear me? Fantastic. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for taking time to be here today. We are delighted to have you in the room. It's even afternoon. My apologies. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm thrilled to be moderating this panel this afternoon on designing Nigeria's industrial future, strategies for scaling innovation and mass production. This is a subject that's very close to me, as you probably heard from my own introduction as a manufacturer in this economy myself. Now, today we're going to explore how we can foster innovation, overcome production challenges, and scale effectively to position Nigeria as a hub for value-added manufacturing. In today's panel, we're going to cover practical strategies and hopefully get a few laughs along the way, because it can't all be business, and for us not to share a little bit of insight on our experiences, because we do have fun along the way. It's not all gloomy. There are some ups to this conversation as well. Now, I believe that business conversations are to be shared. Our stories are to be shared. And I'm very excited about this panel because their experience cannot be denied. We all have our various unique insights to this topic, and I can't wait for us to delve in. And I invite you, the audience, to partake. There will be a segment for me to sort of reach out and collect questions from you guys, so please don't hold back when that time comes. In the meantime, if there's anything you hear on the panel, please feel free to just jot it down, and we'll get a mic out to you to start forwarding your questions. Now, before we begin, let me just make an introduction to our delectable panelists here today. Abimbola, the leading founder of Pickett. It's a regional furniture company, which is offset of IO Furniture, I believe, right? Welcome so much. Thank you so much for being here. Then to my left, we have Oluwatobi, an entrepreneur and industrialist behind Nord Motors, a pioneer in Nigeria's automotive industry. And then we have Mariam Ajaga. Good evening or good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. The special advisor to the president on arts and culture. And then last but not least is Bolu Ayepola from BASF, our R&D unit. Thank you so much for everybody for being here. And now that you know who's on stage this afternoon, let's get the conversation going. Now, let's start with a little bit of context as to what it is we're talking about today. Nigeria has a population. It has a market. And of course, we cannot deny that it has exceptional talent. But scaling production whilst fostering innovation, at least from my vantage point, can be incredibly tough in this market. Abimbola, I want to just sort of direct my first question to you. Your company deals with local and regional furniture production, right? You guys are probably, I'll probably say, and I'm sure many in the audience would agree, one of the most respected companies in the market. From your experience, what are the biggest obstacles Nigerian manufacturers face when trying to scale their operations efficiently here?
Thank you so much for that introduction. So with Pickett by IO Furniture, launched in 2020 with the aim of providing a retail option to IO Furniture, which was mostly handling projects across different sectors. So one of the challenge, or some of the challenges we faced was around things like skilled labor. So ensuring that the people we hired and we have in our establishment are equipped with the knowledge needed to produce the items, or just have those items at the quality and maintaining the quality across the different categories of furniture that we do offer. So one of them was skilled labor. Another one was maintaining the machineries that we had in, or we have in our factory. Then we also had issues around technology and ensuring that everyone was up to date with new technology, and we're currently upgrading and updating what we use to showcase our work, because that landscape is constantly changing.
Thank you so much. Toby, I'm curious when it comes to Nord Motors. You guys have been in the game since 2017, and we've kind of seen the evolution of the company and sort of the great work that you guys have been doing. We've also seen from the climate some of the struggles that you guys have had. But being a trailblazer in automotive production in Nigeria cannot be easy. Sort of, if you can just share with us, what are the lessons that you've learned along this journey, especially in terms of building local capacity and possibly scaling mass production?
Okay, thank you for that question. It's one of the biggest lessons that I've learned being an entrepreneur, especially in the very difficult manufacturing space in Nigeria, is that do your business plan, but understand that it wouldn't really matter. So after you do your planning, you just have to start. Most of the challenges you're going to face a lot of it, are things that you have to be smart enough and flexible enough to maneuver. Number one, it's one very big problem we faced, and I know a lot of entrepreneurs face, or manufacturing entrepreneurs face in Nigeria, is access to capital, and also the cost of that capital. And some people face a combination of both of them. We cannot grow our manufacturing sector. We cannot. Nigeria is a very big country, more than 200 million people, one of the biggest economies in Africa. However, we are very import dependent. Not because we don't have amazing people, not because we don't have brilliant designers and creators and manufacturers, but for some reasons, which most people in this room, including me, cannot understand, we just do not do the things we need to do to make us self-sufficient. So number one, I said, is which I think is not so difficult to solve, the cost of capital and access to it. Another problem that we face, and I know a lot of other people face, is the quality of labor. They are brilliant people, but they are in very short supply. So you have to do a lot to keep them. And sometimes even your best efforts are not successful. So it's very difficult to plan your expansion if you're not very certain that your best hand will remain one, and that you will be able to replace them if they have to go. Sometimes it's not even about money. The skilled labor are actually in very short supply. So we need to create an ecosystem where there is diligence in labor. Let me put it that way. People have to understand that for you to become an expert, for you to become a master in something, you have to spend years doing that thing, probably earning lower. Then at a certain point, you will start earning more than you work. But so sometimes people want to do a jump. I can give you a good example. The country is trying to do this because of the cost of energy, mostly in transportation. We're trying to do the CNG conversion. One of the biggest issues is that when you send people for training at the CNG centers, somebody is there for maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Your staff, for example, you send him for training, and because he knows that for every conversion, the government or people are paying like 100,000 naira per vehicle. After 2 or 3 weeks of training, he thinks he's an expert, and he goes to form his own company. So and of course, there are serious safety challenges to that. Because I tell them, you're not an expert yet. You probably need 2 years of doing this, you know. Of course, the regulators are trying to put some checks in place, but these are one of the issues. So number one, cost of capital and the assets. Number two, labor. And, you know, there are a lot of problems, but those are the two major ones. Another one is government policy. The policy has to stay. You know, for me, I don't have a problem with a government policy. The issue I have with it is a somersault. If you want to go left, go left. And let us know you will go left for 10 years. And everything has to be in sequence. You do step 1, step 2, step 3, and we achieve what we want to achieve as a country, like a serious country. And if you want to go right, you go right. And you go right, and you do the right thing. You do these steps for 10 years. It's not like you say, oh, we're going left. Then we're 2 steps into left. Then you say, oh, no, we're going right. It's very discouraging, and it makes it very difficult for people to invest their funds. There are more, but I'll leave it at those 3. Thanks.
Well, policy making is definitely a big one, and we will get to that. But I think what we really want to delve into a little bit with your experience is, what is NORD doing with the challenges that you have currently on ground to facilitate building the local capacity itself for your specific production? The challenges that you guys are facing, how are you overcoming the high turnover of talent, the ability for talent to just sort of overshoot on their capacity to stand on their own 2 feet so early in their learning journey? How are you guys, what are the steps that you guys are actively taking to sort of combat these issues?
Okay. And that's where we're still standing. I think we're one of the fastest growing companies. I'm sure a lot of people in the audience will testify to that. And because we are doing certain things differently. And if you want to know, okay, number one is we have a redundancy policy. So if we need 10 people in a department, we have a policy of having minimum of 20% redundancy. So if we need 10 people, we're going to have 12 people in that department. And we try to...
Is that sustainable?
Yes, that's if you want to, it's a capital intensive business. So I said it to someone earlier that our highest line in our P&L, for example, is our R&D. R&D, we spend more money on research and development than salaries. We spend more money on R&D than marketing. People might think it's a waste, but it's not a waste. Because right now, we know that it might be more expensive now to research and develop, but in maybe 3, 4, 5 years' time, we will be the most cost-effective company in our space because we would have known how to do this thing and we'll do it at our own pace, at our own cost. Like the giants in our industry are doing it abroad, like the Tesla and the Mercedes-Benz. I work for Mercedes-Benz, so I know what they need to do. You need to do a lot of R&D. So one of it is redundancy. When you do redundancy, it does a lot of things. Number one, it doesn't make anybody feel like they are the champion. So you are able to instill a decent level of discipline. So nobody feels that, oh, this is a department of 5. If I leave, everything crashes. No, you have a point. So you have to maintain that level of redundancy. That's number one. And you have to train. We do a lot of training. We spend a lot on training. Some of our guys, either late this year or early last year, are leaving to other countries where we have factories to train. Very important because when they train, you might think that they want to leave, but luckily some of our people are here. I've always felt that after a lot of the training and the rest, people will leave. But I don't know, say luckily, most people stay with us. Maybe because we also create a very conducive environment. Our pays are quite good. And apart from the pay, we make sure people are just happy to work. So for us, I think almost no company can take our people. Maybe anybody that can take our people are companies outside of the country.
I like what you said about R&D, and we're going to come back to that question, but I want us to just pivot a little bit. Let's look at the innovation in design and product development itself. Now, innovation is not just about new products, right? It's also about a better way of making products, more productivity in every ounce of investment we put into our production lines. And I want to, sort of move away and come back to you, Abimbola. In design thinking, how do we help Nigerians in terms of this industry just develop products? I know that Pickett is sort of very selective in terms of your catalogs, right? You guys have done a lot of groundwork in terms of understanding what the market is looking for, and you've been successful at pivoting to select those products for your market fit. So kind of just talk us a little bit through about that product and why is it you guys decided to pivot, and what was the main motivation behind that decision from pure manufacturing?
So the main motivation behind that decision was listening to our customer base. As you said, a lot goes into research and development and just goes into figuring out what it is that you want to put out there that people would actually resonate with, people would buy, and people will enjoy. So with that, you're delving deep, and I know you said you'll touch on research and development at some point, but then you're delving deep into what it is exactly that people spend money on, how it is that they do it, whether they spend more money coming into your showroom or browsing through your e-commerce platforms. So you have a clear understanding of what it is exactly that you're looking for in those categories. With manufacturing or with manufacturing based on orders, our customers used to wait 6 to 8 weeks for their products. And while some people are more than happy to do that, the vast majority wasn't. So we had to look into how we could produce products that people would come into the showroom and pick up, which is, say on the word pick it, like pick up, and literally go away with happy. So with collaborating with local and international suppliers too.
And are you finding that that demand is being met with the support that you're getting from the local partnerships who are supplying you guys? Or are you guys bringing in a majority of the things in terms of import?
So it's 50-50, even with the items that we end up producing. So I would say IO Furniture is also, well, the way we see it in company, IO Furniture also acts as a supplier to Pickett. With the products or the items that are produced by IO Furniture, a lot of our items or raw materials are imported. So the boards are imported, the screws are imported, and that's just so, because we know that Pickett, well, the full name is actually Pickett by IO Furniture. The name Pickett is still associated with IO Furniture. We have to maintain that level of quality that IO Furniture is known for. And with the panels, with the screws, with everything that goes into constructing that product, a lot of it ends up being imported. But we have also invested in ensuring we have the infrastructure to carry out that. So an example being with our production team, most of our production workers are Nigerian, but they're overseen by, we had to bring in Italians to lead the operations and the production department just to ensure that they are teaching, our people are learning, so that eventually when those people leave, our people are equipped with the skills required to carry out any function asked or required of them.
Mala, thank you so much for that. Now I want to kind of just go to my left. We know that the art, culture, and creative industries are often underestimated in conversations about industrialization. And I believe even when we help preparing for this panel, Miriam mentioned that she didn't feel that she fitted into this conversation. I quickly made her understand that we all fit into this conversation. It involves every single one of us. Now, when we are sort of underestimating your segment in these type, when we're isolating you guys from this conversation, but then we're thinking about globally, and we look outside of Nigeria, globally, there's a growing understanding of how creative industries actually stimulate innovation, right? How they foster economic development and how they contribute to manufacturing value chains, not necessarily implementation itself, but the value chain in which we rest upon as manufacturers ourselves and implementers. When we look at that and we think about the contribution, especially in sectors like fashion, furniture design, and cultural exports, because it's expanding every single day. My question really to you, Mariam, is how can Nigeria's art and culture sectors drive industrial growth? What are you guys doing at the moment? And what are the strategies that you believe that we can adopt to integrate Nigeria's cultural heritage into mass production efforts, especially for the export markets?
Thank you very much for that question. I also want to thank you for having me on your panel, despite my thoughts. Now, with regards to your question, the federal government has seen it fit to establish a ministry in particular for the creative and cultural industries. And with that being said, it is a very important economic driver to this administration in particular. They see the value in the cultural and creative industries. We have studied several markets outside of Nigeria, emerging markets such as South Korea, and we've seen what they have done. And we've tried to identify what were their successful pillars that we can localize here in Nigeria. And one of the things is access to market. And through the federal government, we have been providing access to global markets for various industries within the creative economy. There are 49 subsectors that have been identified in the creative and cultural industries. Now, to drive those industries for economic growth, and the Honorable Minister of Art, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy has set a very ambitious goal, but one that I feel is attainable here in Nigeria, of contributing $100 billion to the national GDP, is what has been stated by my other panelists here today, which is skills development. We really need to develop our skills here within the country, and therefore we are investing a lot into training. We are supporting platforms such as Design Week Lagos to do that. They have a program called the National Design and Innovation Competition, which is being supported by the federal ministry as well as the Vice President's office. We are also looking at infrastructure, because in order to scale, what we find is that in industries that you've mentioned, such as fashion, as well as design, is that when we give them access to global markets and they take orders from these global buyers, a lot of times they're unable to meet the order because the order quantity is so high. And in order for us to meet that, we need to establish infrastructure within the country so that they can produce in Nigeria. They're designing here, and they deserve to produce here as well. We deserve made in Nigeria. And so the federal government is also investing heavily and inviting partners to invest in infrastructure in Nigeria for mass production. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you. I want to move to the same question a little bit to you, Bolu Watito, in terms of what a BASF is doing in your sector at the moment, some of the innovations. You guys are R&D. I believe that you've been in the market, is it 100 and something, or so 152, is it something like that? 152 years, with departments developing every day. With the wealth of knowledge that you guys have in the manufacturing sector, what are the innovations that you are seeing emerge now in the market from the lessons that you've taken from the past as you're emerging into the future, and as you guys are developing as an organization with your learnings? What are the innovations that we're expecting to sort of come, and what are the benefits to manufacturers like ourselves who are on the panel to benefit from the R&D that you guys are doing at the moment?
Archer, speak up as per our previous conversation.
We would much appreciate it.
Right, so for some context, quite the number of people don't know what BSF is or what we do. We're a chemicals company. We're in several, so to speak, chemical families, which are divisions that focus on specific industries in chemicals, right? And I'm part of an evolution in the chemical industry, in new business development that focuses on doing business sustainably. So there's, as opposed to the traditional way of manufacturing centralized and then serving global markets, there's then a push to see how can we then develop other markets and then move into those markets and then grow those markets. To be honest, it's quite interesting. It's an interesting market that we operate in. And I keep saying market because we are a company for a reason. We're for profit for a reason. And so we always need to be thinking business. I will also say that BSF invests significantly in R&D. Now, that said, think of it this way. You want, as much as you want to develop or expand what is able to be done locally, you can't move faster than the market is ready for. I'm very happy to be here today to be seeing people who are investing in high quality output, right, for both the Nigerian market and international markets. But just to focus on the Nigerian market then, if people are simply not ready for the innovations that you're bringing, and it could be for a plethora of reasons, right? It could be that simply people are struggling with purchasing power, so that puts a dip in how fast then the market can grow. Then you have to sort of be limited by that and simply watch out for opportunities, watch out for leverage. I'm a product of BSF deliberately scouting for talent locally and trying to develop research and development capabilities locally. I came out of the university. 3 years later, I'm responsible for a portfolio of projects that
you can go ahead and make and clap for her. It's very impressive. It really is.
That allow us to source sustainable feedstock closer to where it's generated, but also add value locally, right? But then there are missing pieces, and I keep saying this, speaking on challenges, because it's important to understand why the larger companies are not doing so much, right? There are missing pieces between the supporting structures, because it needs to be an ecosystem, the supporting structures that sort of drive the cutting edge of the cutting edge and where the industry is today. I'll just give you an example. Academia should be, and industry should work hand in hand to develop industrial sectors, right? But today there is such a gap between academia, particularly locally, between academia and the industry, because the way that academia is structured and funded and supported does not seem like it's intended to go in certain directions, right? And everybody has a role to play in this. The private sector can nudge the public sector, and as much as we are bringing our programs locally, as much as we're saying, oh, how do we develop talent locally? How do we ensure that we're doing as much of it locally as possible? You simply cannot beat over a century of having, for instance, these highly sophisticated industrial complexes that serve one another. Today, if some of my spare parts break, I'm responsible also for planning these things. I have to wait 6 months. Think of the refinery. And I'm segueing into the chemical industry and materials and really those value chains that support art and design for a reason, because these are the fundamental structures that allow us to then manufacture. You cannot manufacture finished products at high quality without specialty products, right? So it's a bit of different pieces and a lot of complexity. And what we do is we're primed to be able to grow in accordance with the market, and we keep looking for opportunities. We keep looking for leverage. We'll try to do our bit to catalyze then that local support, technology support expertise, right, that can support growth. we have specifically a person in BASF West Africa today that just sits and it continues to survey the local landscape. Are there opportunities to catalyze something, to push specialty products further, to push the quality of what we're able to manufacture here further, not just for the local market, but also to be able to export? So that is how we are constantly positioning ourselves to drive R&D locally.
So I think that's really, really fascinating. And I think when we have these conversations, the thing that stands out to me the most is that we have organizations in this country who have huge amount of insights, right? And experience and knowledge and years of that experience. 150-something years is nothing to play with. How do organizations who are on the come up, like ourselves, who are trying to penetrate the market, trying to leapfrog, benefit from the groundwork that organizations like yours has already put in? It will be a shame for you guys to have spent all those years in your R&D, have all those insights, have insight to what the missing links are, because I loved what you said about there are missing pieces that we simply cannot do without. We have to identify what those missing pieces are. And for everybody who's sat in the room who's wondering, I know there are missing pieces in my business. I know that the economy has links that are broken, so therefore I cannot scale. I might not be able to identify what those missing links are. How do we go about, without your resources, because of your experience also comes resources, right? For those who don't have these resources, how do they begin to identify what those missing links are and not waste their time put in years and the little resources they have into business ideas and ventures, only to discover that it's not scalable? What should we be doing to actively bridge the gap and identify the missing links that you've spoken about?
Right. I like what you said about not wasting time, right? And it's really important that as an entrepreneur, as somebody who's looking to build, you realize that you do not know, and you need to find out when you do not know. We're always looking for customers, right? So if you tell us you want to do something, right, you have an idea, and you have an honest outlook of where you are and your limitations, and you simply approach one of these. Trust me, like I said, we're always looking for customers. So approach the people who do know. What we do is, if we see that there is a need to support locally with R&D, we will set up a lab locally, right? And then the customers or the potential customers can benefit from the wealth of knowledge that BASF has all over the world. And that's the thing. So it's not just, oh, we've sat in one place for 150 plus years developing know-how. Even from similar markets in developing economies as well, that insights that could be useful here. Today, if I have a challenge with, because I typically work with recycling topics and circularity, if I have a challenge, something that even as a technical expert, I cannot handle, I reach out to my entire network right across the world and say, can anyone handle this? And I'm doing that for then a customer here, right, who has approached me to say, I have this challenge. So if you simply do not know, find out the people who do know. Don't delude yourself. Don't think you can do it on yourself. Don't attempt to reinvent the wheel. Because sometimes what you're looking for, even if you did spend 25, 30 years, because you simply do not have the supporting structures, it will not happen, right? So approach the people who do know how to do what it is you're trying to do. And this speaks also to value chain knowledge. You need to understand the value chains that are relevant to your product. So people sometimes confuse value chain for supply chain. Supply chain is how you get things to different places, your raw materials, your finished products, the logistics of that. The value chain refers to the steps to get from raw materials to finished products, where you add value, right? It's the reason you will buy food for a higher cost than ingredients, right? So that's just a very simple way to put. So understand the value chains that are relevant to your products, right? You do need to go out there a bit and do some finding out and asking questions. It's always better to ask questions because then you can discover, right? Understand the value chains that are relevant to you. Approach the people who do know, and you'd be surprised at how much support. There are people today that I support that aren't even customers yet, right? But BSF is an organization of people who are passionate about what they do, people who are experts at what they do, and on the basis of the potential to achieve what it is you're trying to do, you'd be surprised at how much support you get.
Thank you so much for that, Bolu. So if someone in the audience right now is thinking, oh yeah, I have this, business idea, maybe a couple of years into the process and still early enough, and I want to find out or benefit from BSF, where do they go and what do you expect them to present to you? So like, from what you're saying, it sounds like you are, as an organization, willing to actually look into a case study for somebody's business idea, right? And say, okay, this is the information that we have in your industry. These are the market fits insights that we have. Is that something that they would have to pay for as a service? Or is that something that you can just go through your repertoire of, library and say, here is the documentation, a study that we did, or, an R&D, project that we did in 1995 compared to 2024, here you go. Is that a paid service that people in this room could actually afford?
So I use BSF as an example because we would be relevant then for the chemicals industry. But it's also important to understand that if you're in arts and design, there are industries that are relevant to you. Now, there are resources, and we were just having a conversation before about sustainability and sustainable products. Now, there are resources that are relevant to your industry. And a lot of the groundwork, a lot of the information that is freely available there, because I don't expect that there's information out there that's freely available and you haven't done your homework and you're coming to me, then you don't look like you're serious, like you know what you're doing, right? So there is information out there that is freely available. And it's important that first you are not alone, right? You have identified the clusters that are relevant to you, right? And the gatherings, the community that is relevant to you if you're just starting out, because I assume that this question is for people who are just starting out.
Very early stages, perhaps, yeah. But they've done some groundwork, but they're now stuck, like many of us find ourselves in the early stages.
You would be surprised at, again, how much information is freely available by simply interacting with your community. So first stop, please ensure you're interacting with the community. Now, if you actually have a technology challenge, right, a technical challenge that needs to draw on the R&D resources of the multinationals, it will be because you've solved the other low-hanging problems and you actually have something that is relevant to the multinationals. I don't expect you to come to meet me. You're trying to define the value of your product and you're coming to meet me for a market survey. No, I don't expect that you're doing that. I expect that you know the value proposition for your product, that you have some idea what the industry looks like, and you've been interacting with players in your own industry.
Fantastic. Thank you. So I want to move over to you, Toby. We spoke quite extensively earlier about your production line and how much investment you guys are intentionally and, very generously making into R&D. In the automotive industry, what is the key motivation for you investing in R&D? And what are the bottlenecks that you have found in doing so that you possibly can share with our audience? Because I believe R&D is still very much something that a lot of us, I don't believe, talk extensively enough about in our plans for scale and expansion. Are all the mics suddenly not working?
Okay. research and development is a very important part of the automotive industry. It's an industry where the customers, expect to see new technology more or less every 6 years, new ships, new designs. It's a rapidly changing industry. People want to see new things. And that's why you see this model, this year model, this year model. And you see some people in Nigeria, for example, doing a lot of upgrade. It's because it's an industry that has to keep up with the times. Now, we invest a lot. Like I said earlier, R&D is the largest line, or one of the largest line on our expenditure. We built, I don't know, for those who know in the audience, we built one of the largest R&D and innovation center for automobile in Africa inside a university campus, the University of Lagos. Because we realized that just like they do in Germany, for example, we had to merge academia and industry. A lot of the professors in engineering, architecture, design, they do a lot of research, but they do not implement it. They do not commercialize it. Well, for us, we need to commercialize and give our customers amazing products, better products at better price. So it was just it was just easy for me to realize that when we go to a university campus and site, an innovation center, where we can do a lot of R&D, where the brilliant students and professors can go there, and our own R&D team also can meet with them. We can create a lot of great things. So, of course, there are challenges everywhere because R&D, if some people, that's why some people don't like it, and that's why some people do not, like you said, it's not that popular in Nigeria because there are no guarantees. You just have to keep researching and hoping that what you are trying to create will become something good. Magic will be created from it. And it will be something that you can also derive some commercial, financial value from. So a lot of times we have to change the culture, I would say, of the people we work with here in Nigeria. Sometimes some of them just think that it's about just making the money. And we have to understand that for this particular project, we're trying to design something better. It doesn't have to be good today. We're not launching into the market now. But we want to be able to launch to the market in 5 years' time and be able to compete with any company, not only in Africa, but anywhere in the world. So it's we needed to do a lot of change, from the people, cultural change, like the way people see things, the way people see research and development, and also it's also capital intensive. So it's for my partners and the board and the rest. It wasn't that straightforward to convince them, even till now, on why we have to spend the amount of money we spend on R&D. I mentioned it some time ago at our last launch that the amount of money we're spending on R&D in 2020, that was when we were 3 years old, we spend 5,000% more now. That's 50 times more than that amount today, because we know that we have to do that if we have to compete globally or at the level we want to be in 5 years' time. And like I said earlier, people think it's not a waste. You need to continue to research and develop new items, because when you do, your cost will significantly drop and you'll be able to make great things. But there is a small point to it. It's still very dependent on volume. You can research and develop. You need to create the molds. Molds have minimum requirements. Well, at least for my industry, maybe you create a mold for example, let's say $1 million. There's an amount of bumpers of windshields, of door panels you need to make to justify the reason why you're creating molds worth $1 million. If you don't have the volume, you can keep on buying your side panel for $100 each. You understand? But if you create the mold, what you buy, for example, for maybe $100 each, because you have the mold, it will cost you probably only $20 to make. You understand? But for it to make sense, you need to make it at scale. And this is where our country's size comes in. We have to, in our own way, with the government, develop a very prosperous country where our population will have also the commensurate purchasing power to drive our economic growth and the different companies in this country. Thanks.
Thank you for that, JB. So somebody's in the audience and they're thinking, research and development, R&D, you want me to do this amongst everything else that I need to put together to get my business going. Now, it might sound like, because when you say 5,000%, 50 times what you were doing in 2017, it sounds humongous to them. But when we break it down and we look at, R&D as a percentage of your income, or as of your inflow as an organization, what percentage can you put it to them in the percentage of what they should be putting aside for early stage for R&D?
I think it's even in my company, it's a very sensitive topic, to be honest. It's one of the points where at the board level, luckily I'm still the majority shareholder, so I can move around. But it's a very sensitive topic that I have to, cajole people and make them understand why we are making the right investment, why we're making the right decision, investing in the R&D. So I'm not going to mention the percentage, but it currently, like I said earlier, it's higher than our media marketing. It's higher than how much we pay. So it's currently a lot higher than 25% of our revenue.
Toby, help our audience now.
So,
you guys not want help.
So
I know I do. Because very much for me, it's, even if you go and do your research, right, we know that for countries that have very successful manufacturing sectors, countries who have managed to master scale, they have a, sort of a peg at what their R&D spend should be, right? So I think, somewhere like the United States, I think we're looking at, is it almost 6% of gross GDP or something like that, right? Right. For China, I think they're sort of looking about 2.4 thereabouts with an increase. For Nigeria, I think we're currently on less than 1% or less than 2%, right? For a growing economy, which basically means that we should be estimating to be going to at least sort of anything between 4 to 6% with a bit more aggression if we want to leapfrog, right? So obviously it does differ from industry to industry, and I'm going to go over to Bolu in a second because her industry is a little bit different from yours. So it's not set in stone for every single industry. It does depend on what it is that you're doing. But ultimately, when we're talking about mass production, when we're talking about innovation, when we're talking about capacity to scale, we should be looking at putting something aside for your R&D, right? So Bolu, just share a little bit from your industry with us a little bit. Because R&D is a big part of your organization. You guys don't play. And just touching on what we've discussed already about it, if you are indeed a startup, how should you sort of start as your introduction to research and development?
Right. And again, I'll talk about leveraging opportunities. I won't say do what BSF does because not everybody can put 2 billion euros towards R&D. But look for and contribute to coalitions, right, that support where it is you need to go. Because you would be surprised how much, simply by gathering other people, you're able to push for in your industry, right? So you focus on your goal. I need to localize, as much as I'm leveraging the resources that are available, I need to localize XYZ portion of R&D, right? There is funding out there, so it doesn't necessarily need to be your funding. Well, you also think of intellectual property, and I do hope you have a good lawyer if you're in arts and design and you intend to be putting products on the market, right? So there is funding out there. There are coalitions that could be formed because other people have the same challenges as you. And when you come together, you're able to achieve more. We heard the Honorable Minister yesterday. She was around for the policy discussion, and she was willing to take feedback. And you'd be surprised at how much more willingness there is to support, particularly if you can aggregate the support that's needed. So your approach to R&D should be, first of all, leveraging local opportunities and funding that's available, but also then committing, knowing that some of it needs to be your own intellectual property that you cannot necessarily share. And so you also need to commit a part of your revenue to product development. And before you think, before you think of R&D, think of, again, your value chain. Do you actually need R&D for product development? Or do you not? And are you just trying to reinvent the wheel? I think it's very important to say that. So leverage opportunities, your own contribution, but also ask yourself the honest questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Now let's pivot a little bit to financing and infrastructure, which is obviously the backbone of mass production, really. Right, Toby, would you agree? Absolutely. So innovation and design is very exciting topics, but without the right financial models and solid infrastructure, it becomes almost impossible to scale any idea into something tangible, large-scale production. Now, Maureen, I want to bring you into this part of the conversation. Your work bridges art, culture, and economy, right? From your vantage point, how can Nigeria's creative industries seriously leverage financing and infrastructure to scale production, whether it's in fashion, furniture, or even cultural exports, which is your area of expertise? But what collaborations are underway right now between public and private sectors, sort of key into building an enabling environment for these industries to thrive when we're talking mass production levels?
So as Bolu actually mentioned just now, one key thing for government is aggregation. And you find that in the design and art space in particular, well, let me say visual art space in particular, there's very little aggregation. The youth are not participating in the national societies, and they're not forming their own societies. As a government, we do not want to give individuals financing, but if you come aggregated as an organization, an association, you will find it easier to collect financing from government. That is a key factor that I have found in my short time in government, that our age sets, amongst my panelists here and those younger than us are no longer joining the associations, and they're no longer forming their own associations. So that has become a hindrance for them in accessing the available financing. And there is financing available through government. And as my colleagues from BOI mentioned during the MD speech that he shared, there is the new IDICE fund that we have partnered, the federal government has partnered with the Africa Bank of Development, as well as the Islamic Bank and the French Development Bank. Those are some private sector partners that have partnered with us to provide financing to creatives and cultural industry practitioners. Also, Afrexim Bank is a strategic partner of the Federal Ministry of Art, Culture, and the Creative Economy, or tourism and the creative economy, I should say. And they have committed $200 million to Nigerian creatives in particular. So there is financing out there, but I will again stress that as an individual, you may find it difficult to access it individually. You must aggregate. And as you aggregate and develop associations and unions, you will find it much easier to access that financing. As far as infrastructure that is being put in place to help the industry leapfrog and to evolve, I believe that, as I mentioned, first and foremost, this administration saw it fit to create this ministry. And this is the first time that we have a dedicated seat at the federal government. And as Bolu also mentioned, the Honorable Minister is very open. She's open to collaboration. She's ready to hear your insight. We've held several stakeholder engagement events. And if you feel that you have not been able to access such an event, please write to us. We are more than open to having a stakeholder engagement event with your subsector of the creative or cultural economy. And we will organize that so that we can touch on your pain points and see how we can, as government, alleviate those bottlenecks or stressors that you're experiencing in accessing finance or finding infrastructure or collaborating. We're doing our very best to bring in international partners, but I also feel that as Nigerians, we should build Nigeria. You'll see, even in this room, you have several experts in several different areas, and we are qualified. We have capacity. And I'm very proud to be a Nigerian. So I personally don't look outside, but I do value the experience that is outside. But I also acknowledge the fact that we have that same experience and expertise here at home.
And I'm absolutely in agreement with you. I think we're filled in this nation with so much talent. It's actually scary. But you just dropped a very, very important, vital point. We're not aggregating. Now, by aggregation, do you guys give support to corporations?
The support is given to corporations. I believe in our particular ministry and in our particular sector, it is geared more towards association and unions. Those in organizations, such organizations will get more priority. You also, there's a due diligence process, you know. You must have the appropriate paperwork. It's not enough to just say, oh, we are an association. You should register yourself with CAC and go through the necessary processes, because government does due diligence. We will check the paperwork, and that also authenticates you and your organization, and it will make you more viable for such application.
So what I'm hearing from that, and I hope that you guys are getting it, is that if you're not part of an association or any type of union, this is the time to join one. And if you cannot find one that is sort of a good fit for you, perhaps even consider creating one yourself, aggregating yourself and coming together, so that we can start approaching these institutions. And I think that one of the biggest problems is that people just don't believe that these things are out there, that this funding is actually out there. And it might possibly could be, one, the approach, we're not organized, could be the first thing. So once you've eliminated that from the possible problems and bottleneck, then the next thing is, okay, once we're organized, let's actually go and research.
I absolutely agree. I think that the reason people may feel like such programs are not accessible is because you have been approaching government as an individual. Please do aggregate, join an association, form an association, and then approach it. But definitely have your paperwork in order, and then approach government. And then let's have a conversation.
Okay, so let's just get a few of the names of the associations that are already sort of looking for people. Is anybody on the panel part of any associations right now, or your unions?
Okay, so I'll mention that when I started my career, I was a student when I started working in my sector. First thing I did is I found the Recyclers Association of Nigeria, and it speaks to really, first of all, connecting to other members of community. Now, for designers, for artists, for anybody in arts, culture, and design, there are some out there. There's Lagos Meet, for instance, just an example. And I've noticed that they do then have some resources, and they're able to also gather and approach somebody's because of then their track records as well. Because the good thing is when you aggregate with people, you leverage then their track records, right? You're seen as, oh, these people who have achieved all these things, and it's better than just you. So again, it's very specific to what it is you're doing. So start by looking for the ones there.
What was the names of the ones you mentioned? And I hope you guys are taking notes, because I've got my iPad here. I'm taking notes. What are their names?
If you're an SME in sustainable product design, for instance, one that could be relevant, that's very active, I'll just mention this because it's relevant to that, is the Circular Economy Innovation Partnership. I know that Lagos Fashion Week, and some people who are affiliated with them were here during the week. So that's a start. But also Lagos Meet, I think it's quite good. Yes, so I would leave it to my other panelists who are in.
Okay. I can. So while it's a very good advice to, even outside Nigeria, it's you are a lot more impactful when you aggregate yourself into like a group, an association. However, I think that for access to funding and capital, it might make it easier, but I don't think that's the. I don't think it solves a lot of the problems, because I can give you. I'll give you like 3 examples.
Can we have just one?
Okay,
for
one.
one? If you have one example, and then what I really want to do is jump into some questions from the audience, because I can see some people are twitching on their seats. They're dying to ask some questions, and I'm hoping one of the questions is in alignment with what you're about to say. So if you give us one, and we can start there.
Okay. I'll give you an example. During the last administration, the government tried to do something to provide funding for farmers to backwardly integrate, for farming, so that we can be self-sufficient. And of course, most farmers already have associations in their states, and they approached the government. The CBN was the one, I think it was called ANCOM program or something like that. I cannot remember. And they did this, but in reality, when the funds were being disbursed, it was disbursed through other parallel organizations. The real people that actually farm in Benue State, in Bauchi, in Ogun State, did not get the money.
Are these the associations in those states and unions in those states, or individuals?
Yes. Those that got the money are what I'll call briefcase entrepreneurs in Abuja. Do you get? And that's why that program wasn't successful, because the money did not go into where it should go into. Do you understand? So I think that, well, I always say something about Nigeria. We're a country where maybe you need to do 5 things to make something successful. We do only 2, and we talk about doing it. Then you ask yourself, okay, no, but it can't be. It's a sequence. You have to go through the entire sequence, the 1 to 5.
Got you. So I'm going to just throw this out because I feel that Toby still has quite a bit to share on this, but I want to throw it into the audience. Does anybody have any questions that we can tackle? I can see one right there already. I know you've been itching in your seat. I've been watching you. Can somebody get a mic to her, please? And then another one at the back. So if we take the question just because of time, and then if you can mention who your question is directed at, please, that'd be really helpful.
Thank you.
Can you stand so we can see you?
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Confidence Onyema. I am a designer and the founder of Amosem Studio. We're exhibiting here through the Innovation Design Competition. My question is first to the lady from BASF. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. So I work with
Boluwatiwa.
Boluwatiwa. Yes, thank you. I work with concrete, and we create, we design and produce artware, or if you call it decor and accessories for spaces through concrete. And one of my challenges, I know that 2015, BASF started their chemical production plant for admixtures, concrete admixtures. And so it's quite accessible to big construction companies, but for a small business like me, it is inaccessible. So I can't afford to get 20 kg or more barrels, right? I can probably get 5-liter barrels. So I wanted to ask if it's possible to have smaller packages for smaller businesses, small, medium enterprises. And then another question, sorry, to IO Furniture. One of the ways that the economy is driven for people like me is for stockists to be available. I wanted to find out if IO Furniture is open to partnering with small design businesses like mine to produce our designs, because they're original designs. You can't find them anywhere else in the world. So you have designers like Colin King, who designs for Aldo Copenhagen, and this is the kind of thing I do, but it would be really lovely to partner with IO Furniture or the likes, these bigger design houses, to produce these things and partner for better profit. Thank you very much.
Wow, Confidence, I like your name. Unfortunately, we sold our construction chemicals business a few years ago, a couple of years ago. I mean, if I were still there, I would say, oh, let's push for this. But then, and sorry to hammer so much on aggregating and meeting other people, but my question to you is then, are there other people who also need the admixtures and the construction chemicals in smaller quantities?
Sure, if Shen or Shay is here, it's probably something they might, okay, yeah, you're here. So I'm sure it's something they would need as well. We're not many, but it's needed. And the truth is, sometimes we can't design for pre-existing markets. Sometimes we're pathfinders. And so we design and then introduce the market to us, and then we start to grow from there.
Right, so a way that you can also then approach the manufacturers who are now our sister company is really to say, we need smaller quantities. Smaller quantities are often packaged for samples anyway, so that people can, so we need smaller quantities. In the same way that you package samples, could you sell to us then smaller quantities? Because I know it's not too difficult to repackage as samples anyway. And as long as they're making money, you'd be surprised again. So approach the company that is now Sika and no longer BASF in construction chemicals. And I'm sure they'll give you an answer. Good? Oh, yeah, sure.
Abimbola, did you have a
Okay.
question?
Yes. So to answer your question on collaborations, yes, definitely. So Pickett does collaborate with, like I said, like local and international suppliers. What I will say is that we will have a longer conversation about what that collaboration looks like, because there are some materials that we do not work with. So if it's not something we can do, I'm sure there's someone we can recommend that can do that. There are different processes that we look for. We look at when choosing to collaborate with certain designers, as Demi mentioned earlier. So once we are 100% sure that the company or the collaborators fit within that bucket, then we're more than happy to stock online on our e-commerce platform, as well as showcase those things in our showroom. That answers your question.
Fantastic, thank you. I think we have another question at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Koinsade Ademusho. I am the founder of Seven Space Nigeria Limited. It's an architecture firm. My question, to be honest, is open to anyone on the panel who can answer it. So it is my observation that creatives have a tendency to focus on creating and focus purely on their product. It's one thing to scale a product. It's also a very different thing to scale a sustainable business, right? So outside access to financing, how did you navigate the day-to-day intricacies of scaling and growing a business beyond, because most people have a tendency to focus on their products and their creativity? That's my question.
I think we'll start with Toby on that one.
I like the question a lot because I think one of the problems we have in terms of productivity in Nigeria is that we don't think big enough. We talk big, but we don't think big enough, and that's why we don't really do it. So one of the ways, after, of course, you mentioned getting capital, is to have a long-term goal, like know where you want to be in 5 years' time, where you want to be in 10 years' time. So have both short-term and long-term, and make sure that you play the scenarios in your head a lot of times, so that you can implement those action points, I'll call it. You understand? So it starts from actually really thinking about it and knowing that you have to do the hard work. One of the numerous action points will be to, so I don't know, let me give you an example of my business, for example. You can use maybe people in construction. My business, we currently sell maybe 100 units a year, 100 vehicles a year. You know that you have to first of all ask yourself, what is the addressable market? In Nigeria, Nigerians buy 500,000 vehicles a year. However, only less than 5% of that is brand new. So you have to ask yourself, okay, how do I move to buying or selling, since I'm only doing 100, but there's an addressable market of X amount. How do I move to owning 10% of my market? How do I, and when you want to move to 10% of your market, if you're a very intelligent person, which I always tell people, entrepreneurship is for intelligent people. So you have to, you know. So when you see that, you say, okay, you know what, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do that. So the first thing is thinking very big, knowing what you want to do, understanding your market, you know, and knowing what you want to do in the market. Say, okay, I have to address this, I have to get this amount. You want me to stop? Okay.
That would be great.
Yeah.
I hope that was helpful from Toby. But I want to just move to Abimbola very quickly on IO and Pickett, how you guys have addressed this very question.
It's actually a very, very key question in this industry. So the first part would be with, like Toby has said, doing your research on what it is you want to do and having a plan and a projection. So, okay, if I'm doing this in the first year, what's my aim? Like, how do I want to achieve what I want to do in the second year, in the third year, in the fourth year, in the fifth year, so that you just have an overall view of what that growth looks like, and you're able to measure your accomplishments and your success against what your plans are. I would also say putting a lot into research would help, because it's one thing to be a creative and a completely different thing to be, for want of a different word, a seller, or like sell that product to the market. So there's a lot of information out there about the furniture industry and how much it contributes to the economy, how much, even down to how much people are willing to spend in each category, in your bedrooms, accessories, living rooms. So looking at that and accessing and deciding that, look, okay, I want to sell furniture, but for the first year, maybe I focus on A, B, and C, and kind of using that to guide how you grow, I think will be very helpful in scaling your business.
Abimbola, thank
Let
you.
me just add before we move on, I love what she said. I love what both panelists said, but also a practical approach for you would be the Honorable Minister has just launched the Creative Leap Accelerator program, which is an online platform where you can go and you can network with other, you can network as well as receive mentorship from business owners. You can also collaborate with other creatives and what I like to call creative adjacent individuals, your accountants, your lawyers, your marketing and branding organizations that can help you as far as scaling on that platform. And also on the platform, there's capacity building. If you are interested in learning more about business and different business skills that can assist you in scaling your creative product to into a business and then scaling that business as well. I believe the website is clapnigeria.ng or clapnigeria.com. I'm sorry, but I believe if you Google Clap Nigeria, you will find the link, and it's been to a few creatives that have registered onto the platform thus far.
Fantastic. Do we have one more question right at the front? If we can just squeeze this one in, please.
And I'll try and be quick. Hi, my name's Ime. I'm here independently. I've come over from the UK. I head up design, development and evaluation within the UK. And I've been really interested and really overjoyed for the fact that you've all been speaking about R&D and how it's so important. But it seems, for all of you, it seems like there's a mindset shift and a challenge that needs to be overcome for Nigeria as a industry to recognize R&D continuously and iteratively through the whole product development cycle. So my question to you is, what is that mindset shift that you're facing as you're trying to convince individuals to invest in early R&D and continuous R&D throughout a product life cycle?
I'm going to throw that to Bolu first. What is the shift that you guys have seen in 150 so years?
So another thing is, now it's relevant to the local market. You say, what is the shift that, to be honest, right, we can only do as much, and I keep bringing it back to business, we can only do as much business as the market is ready for. Sometimes the challenge is not that people don't want nicer things, which would drive R&D, because then the market would drive the kind of demand you're seeing. Sometimes it's just that the purchasing power is not there, right? And so people are busy trying to survive. In times of plenty, people want nicer things. And in times of scarcity, you're going to struggle to get the customers to be on the same page as yourself. So that is something that you need to remember. And you can't force people. It's important to know that you can't force people, and there's only so much marketing will do. So you need to be realistic, right, about what's possible. And I don't know if that answers the question, or if there's a lead follow-up that you'd like to ask.
Well, I think I can probably give a little bit of insight to my experience. I think what we're seeing more and more of in the ecosystem is people having more and more conversations about our raw materials that are being exploited and not being put to use when it comes to value-added products that we can actually produce ourselves. Those conversations are really what's driving people to think, oh, okay, so if I invest in R&D, I can reduce my logistics from imports. I can reduce my cost of, bringing things in terms of, the Forex exchange rates. There's actually local materials here that I can explore to produce some of my products. So it's kind of trading back to what she's saying in terms of it's a price-sensitive market. And this, in fact, is, some will say a time of scarcity, right? So in a time of scarcity, we have to get creative. In our exercises of being creative, we have to think about what is in very close, proximity to us. So I think that's really what's driving both sort of in terms of the product itself, a little bit of political conversations that are also happening. It's really what's getting people to have this conversation. I think when I even talk about it, that's really what's motivating me. I don't want to be using dollars every single time I want to bring in raw materials. What could I utilize that is homegrown? And why are we not holding on to our wealth by exploring that? But the gap is we lack knowledge. And this is why we need to be learning from people who have been here and who see the deficits, so that when somebody get to that particular hurdle, we don't see it's a wall and there's actually nothing behind the wall at all. So it's a conversation worth having, and I think it's a fantastic question. Do we have anybody else?
I actually completely agree with everything that you just said, except for the portion of lack of knowledge. I think as Nigerians, we've just been privileged to bring things in. We've been spoiled by this import mentality, and our current economic state, as much as it is pinching us, is also a blessing in disguise, because I believe that it will force us to start producing at home and stop being such a consumer market where we consume imported products. And now we will look to producing here at home, which will require a lot of R&D. We need to explore the materials that are in our backyard, that are at our front doorstep, so that we can begin to produce here at home. And to the statement of sustainability, that is what will be sustainable in this country. That is what will make our products sustainable. That's what will make our economy sustainable, when we begin to manufacture and produce what is locally here at home. So I think that mind shift is forcefully happening, whether we like it or not. We are beginning to have to, no matter what, invest in research and development so that we can progress as a nation and build the nation.
Was that helpful? Fantastic. So we've pretty much come to the end of this panel, but I just want to just say thank you. What a rich conversation indeed. And I think it's definitely left a lot of food for thought for all of us. And please feel free to approach any of our panelists when they come off the stage with your follow-up questions. Sorry, you have another question? Okay, let's try and squeeze this in.
Hello. Okay, so I was asked to make a comment based on everything that has been said from Bank of Industry. Maybe I should have been sitting there. Well, that's fine. So I don't know if I could just...
please come on stage if you can. If you can come on stage, that'd be good. Okay, you shy.
Oh, well, maybe I am. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Erezio Papa. I'm from Bank of Industry, and I want to touch a few things because a few statements have been made towards access to finance, which is very, very key. And I just want to run through stuff. Now, there's an impression out there, just like you alluded to earlier, that a lot of people feel that available funds cannot be accessed by ordinary people. Now, that in itself is neither here nor there. And I'll tell you why. Sometimes you have to engage. A few years ago, I don't know if you remember me, but I think you were in Bank of Industry. What, did you come to Bank of Industry a few years ago?
I've had a meeting or two.
Yeah, then even him. You came, right? I think
I also came.
Yeah, fantastic.
If you have time, I might share the story with you.
Yeah, and you met with the engineering and technology team, actually, and I think what you required at that time was R&D, right? Do you remember? Now, this is what happened. Bank of Industry is a mandate bank, and as a mandate bank, we are limited to operate within what our mandate can cover. And as at that time, even now, we do not fund research and development. What we fund is actually manufacturing, purchase of equipment, and things like that. Now, and that's where the knowledge gap comes into play. Now, people use the funds that they have to fund things that we can do, and then they come to us to fund the things that we cannot do. I don't know if you are getting it. So, for instance, you have funds to start a business, you go ahead and you buy all the equipment. After you've bought all the equipment, you come to Bank of Industry to fund the building. But we cannot fund the building. We can only fund your plant and equipment. So if you spoke to us earlier, we would have told you no, and have done that several times. Don't do that. Use your funds to build. Come to us to fund your plant and equipment. That way, it's easy. So sometimes there's a mismatch between what people are asking for and what we can actually do. But do people access these funds every day? Yes, they do. we've been here for a very long time, and we are one of the oldest and also one of the biggest in Africa. And for us to still be here and to still be relevant, it tells you that there is something that we are doing right as a bank. Now, I'll tell you something. Our funds do not solely just come from government. We also go outside the shores of this country to get money. And if there's anything you want done with your money, is that the people you are giving your money to should be able to use it judiciously. Now, if you are spending your own money, you can spend it the way you want. But if there are people that are going to ask you to account for their money, you have to be very, very careful so that you give it to only the people that can repay it. There are times when we've done schemes, you know, that are like grants and all of that. But as a bank, we are a loan-giving facility. And if we are going to give you a loan that has to be paid back, there are certain criteria that have to be met. And that's one thing that is not discussed enough. Somebody in this panel earlier talked about creating product for the product's sake. But that product that you are creating to you is just a product. But for us, it has to be commercial. Because that's the only way you can repay the facility that we have given to you. So once you come, there are certain questions that we are going to ask you. These questions may offend you, but in truth, it creates an opportunity for your children when they come to be able to meet a bank of industry. Else, we end up giving this money to people that are unable to pay the money back, and then there's no bank of industry to fund your children tomorrow.
Sorry, sir, what's your name again?
Erezi.
Mr. Ereti?
Erezi, yes.
Thank you so much for just sharing that with us.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to intersect a little bit and give you a little bit of backstory.
Okay,
and I hope that I'm speaking on behalf of those in the audience who believe in this sort of rhetoric of the Bank of Industry is there, but the right people are not getting the funding. And I'm going to tell you why. In 2018, I applied to Bank of Industry. And at the time, I believe I was asking for something like 25 million naira to buy some 25 million naira to buy machinery. I went all the way through the process. I went through all the documentation, the auditing, everything, the checks. We got to the panel. Many don't make it to panel. We got to panel, we got our initial letter of who is going to stand in place for us. At the time, it was a bank. Our bank said, they gave us an initial letter of intent, we will stand for you. We went to panel said, yes, congratulations, Demi, you've gotten this funds. We just need one last document, which is the final letter from your bank saying that we are ready to sign over. I went to my bank, BG, Bank Guarantee. Yeah. I went to my bank, and my bank said, oh, fantastic, congratulations, Demi. We're happy to do it. However, we're going to need 150% collateral
cover, yeah,
against your loan.
Yeah.
You can hear it from my accent, I'm British. I don't have a house here, and I certainly don't have one in Ikoyi. And I said to my bank, if I had 150% of what I'm looking for, I would not be coming to you.
I want to
and I'll let you intersect in a second, Toby. I would not be coming to you because I believe enough in my venture for me to put the money into it. I've gotten to this point by bootstrapping. I have invested everything. What people in the audience are lamenting with is not about you not being there as an organization to give these funding. It's you're making people who do not have access to finance already jump through impossible, and I hope you guys agree, impossible hoops to get it. We are not all privileged to have come from people who have property in highbrow locations like Ikoyi and VI for us to put up as collateral. How do you make your funds accessible to the everyday man who has a great idea, who has dedication, and they've put in the sweat equity to get access to that money without putting the hurdles in place? How do we do that?
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Oh, by the way, I walked away from that loan. I didn't get it, and I've been bootstrapping ever since.
I'm going to get each and every one of your contacts.
Toby?
I want to buttress your point.
Go ahead, guys, by all means.
So, very good point, Demi. Very, very excellent point. I'm going to give some insight. Thank God you know me very well.
Yeah.
Personally, and thankfully I've grown to the point where you guys have now called me to come, and I don't even need your money anymore. So
don't worry, I'll still call you.
Thank God.
So, but even if you guys give me, it won't change my perception.
Yeah.
Because the fact remains the fact.
Okay.
I personally think that BOI is not doing its job. Okay. Maybe a lot of things have to be changed. Maybe your constitution, whatever it is that set up even that bank, has to be changed. And I'll explain why to you. it may be your fault, it may not be your fault, but the end result is that you're not doing your job. Now, when I started Nord, I started with my money. Long story. I came to you guys. We had a conversation. I told you the need for the R&D, but we quickly moved. It was a beginning conversation on why we are winning, where we're moving very fast. Then immediately, I sent the need for the equipment. By the way, I have your, just the way she said, I have your
letter of offer.
Letter of offer.
Okay,
it's still there. Hold on. You guys collected, how much? Was it not the 10%, right? Or so 1%? No, 1%. Okay. So you still have my 1% with you.
Interesting.
You got that 1% of the value of the offer, so I can get my offer letter.
Yeah.
But the money did not come.
Okay.
How? Just like she said, a bank gave me, after jumping and jumping and jumping. Why did I do that? I had a lot of commercial banks offering me, my company, funds, but very expensive funds. You guys, because we're doing long-term projects, you guys, that's why you guys were set up, Bank of Industry, to fund long-term projects.
We still do.
Now, okay. So you guys said, okay, come here, we'll give it to you. I got the letter of intent from a bank, I won't mention. After the letter of intent, I got the offer letter. Then after the offer letter, I brought the BG from that bank to you guys. You guys said,
got the BG.
I got the BG, but hold on. But the bank, they said that this bank limit has expired. So we started from ground zero. Now, why it was only that bank that was willing to do that. Maybe that's why they got exhausted quickly. When you go to a commercial bank, and this is the issue, you guys make it almost, even if I was a bank, I wouldn't partner with you.
Okay.
Because it makes no sense. And that's why I said it may be your fault, it may not be your fault. But as citizens of Nigeria, we need to rethink this thing and ask ourselves, do we want to be playing games?
Okay.
Or do we want to do the
Toby,
real
we
job?
have
Please.
a question. The question is this: who is absorbing the risk in this arrangement that you're offering?
So you guys, you tell a bank to do a BG. That's where we all stop. Both of us stopped at the same stage.
No,
And
you went
most
for that.
people
You
here-
got the BG.
Yes.
So at least he got the BG. I didn't.
So you know no, I didn't get the BG. I didn't get the BG. That's why it stopped.
Okay, just the LOI.
Just
was
the
what you
LOI,
got.
yes. But you guys gave me the offer, and I paid you 1%.
appraisal fee.
Yes. And you guys said, okay, at this time, dollar was less than, so you can imagine the amount then. Dollar was maybe 400 at this time when you guys gave me this offer. I would have used that money very well. The bank said, Toby, yes. And I gave them, you said they wanted, they asked me for the same thing.
150%.
150%. Luckily for me, it wasn't, I just wanted cheap capital. So luckily for me, I had the assets to offer, to give them this 150. So I gave them my factory, I gave them my personal house, I gave them different properties that covered the 150. Then later, after they got it, they said, maybe they thought I won't have it. But because I got it, they said, you know what, Toby, the ED called me to his office and said, we can't do BOI. Why? Because BOI offers us only 1 or 2%. And we take the entire risk. So you've given us your buildings, your property, yes. But what do we gain? If you default, I know you won't default, don't worry. But if you default, BOI just goes to CBN, debits us, and the rest. So you know what the bank offered me? The bank offered me a little bit cheaper funds, just to, because I was not upset. So you know what, we will still give you this loan, but we will now give you, at that time you guys gave me, I think, at 10% or so. Yeah. So that at this time, MPR
was even high. I got 5%.
MPR
as
was
of my time.
15%.
5% was good.
So others were doing maybe 21%. So what the bank did to pacify me was to give me maybe, I think, 17 point something percent. So what did I do? I had no choice. Do you get that's the fate of the average hardworking Nigerian entrepreneur in this country. You're always pushing us to the wall where we have there's nowhere to go. So you just say, okay, no problem. So I had to take the bank's 70% per annum. Because the bank, so you can see, they see me worthy, to offer me this credit. But they said, we're not going to partner with BOI because we would rather take our 17% per annum because my cost of capital is still low. The bank's like, my cost of capital is like 2%. You get? So I can give you 17% and still make 15%. So why should I just cover you when I have the funds, idle funds, and get only 1% from BOI?
Back to the question, Toby. Who is taking the risk of our applications? Is BOI taking the risk, or is it the bank taking the risk? Because going on what he said, the banks, every time we have a conversation and BOI is in the mix, what they're saying doesn't tally with what you're saying.
In conclusion, what she's saying, if I'm a bank too, I have funds where my cost of capital is probably 2%. I am not going to leave it idle and go and give a big bank guarantee to BOI in exchange for 1%. So it's like you are offering the bank 1% in a situation where they can make up to 15%. That's why I said that I think the Bank of Industry has been wrongly structured, and something has to change. And that money, even though it was expensive, that money was less than $1 billion. Today, my staff are here. We're doing tens of billions of naira, even with double digits. So imagine what I would have done with your single digits.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and I know that our time is fast spent. We'll allow the gentleman to give his final response, and then we'll take the conversation to a roundtable where all the panelists and him can then sit down and iron some of these things out. So over to you, gentlemen.
Fantastic. Now, it's a loaded question I have here. Like, it's really loaded, and I would really need to distill it. I wish I had so much time.
It's fine. We can sit with you right at the back of the hall. Let's do it.
Fantastic.
If somebody brings their phone, we'll record it. We'll continue right at the back in the foyer.
Okay, so in terms of collateralization of facilities, it's a requirement that everybody that is taking a loan in Nigeria would collateralize the facility. Basic. Do you understand? Now, in terms of us getting bank guarantee from commercial banks, recently, I believe you would have, I think that's the most recent, you would have seen in the news that BOI just raised about 1.4 billion euros. Now, when we raise some of these monies, this money does not belong to the federal government of Nigeria, it belongs to people outside of this country. Now, there are conditions under which you can give such funds out. And one of those conditions is the fact that you have to partner with a local deposit money bank. We are not a deposit money bank. We don't take deposits. It is the commercial banks that take deposits. That means that it is the commercial banks that actually see your cash flow. We do not see your cash flow live as it's going through. So it's a partnership between Bank of Industry and the commercial bank, because they are the ones that actually see what you are doing. And these funds require that, okay, if you say you really want this facility, your bankers, the bank that you bank with, can they attest to? Now, in fact, you know that in banking, there's what is called the 5 C's of credit. I don't know if there's anybody that knows that here. In the 5 C's of credit, one of the C's is character. And character is the most important of all the C's, because if character fails, everything has failed. And there's no way I can know the character of someone that is coming to take money from me just by looking at the person. There are certain things that you would have to check in a bid to be able to establish that. Now, there are people that have come to us for facilities in the past that took this money and never repaid. And if we continued on that route, I don't think that we would have still been here as a bank. So what do? You carry out searches and all of those things on the customer. Now, among young people, you would see that there are people that are going from one loan app to another, collecting money, changing their money, and changing their names and stuff and all of those other things. That is at the low level of loan app. Do you understand? Now, imagine what can happen at the level when you are giving out billions. So you cannot afford to just give out money just like that. There has to be something that testifies to the character of that customer. And one of them is that you carry out credit search in the credit bureau. And then you see that this customer has collected 50 loans, okay? And then he has paid only 10. The other ones are non-performing loans. What does that tell you? That the person will most likely not pay you. Do you understand? And we have to be careful about something like that. Another thing we will look out for is capacity. You are coming to us for a facility, but you have never done this business before. And you do not even have any assets along this line. You just want us to give you the entire money that, you want. Now, that's a risk. And in lending, you do not stop lending because of risk. What you do is that you try to mitigate risks, right? Now, if we give you that money on that basis, if anything goes wrong with that business, you can easily just pick your things and walk away. You know why? Because you have no stake. Do you understand? You have no skin in the game. So these are some of the things. Then there's also cash flow. Can this business repay itself? Because the businesses that we fund are businesses that after you have taken the money, this business should be able to repay itself. We don't expect you to pay it from another source apart from the business that you are doing. So we'll carry out all our analysis and then ensure that this is a business that can repay itself. Another thing we look at is conditions. This money that you want to take, are the conditions ripe for it? Do we have enough in place to, please, just allow me, please, sorry. Are the conditions, and all of the other things that we talked about. Then in terms of risk, now, the commercial bank, you have to go and get data on how many bank guarantees Bank of Industry has called in the last 5 years. That will give you a true picture as to what the situation is. Bank of Industry does not just go out to call bank guarantees. No, because I believe that two of you you saw how detailed and thorough the process was. They were asking for everything, your detailed accounts and everything that needs to be asked. You know why? Because it is actually cash flow-based lending. Okay? The bank guarantee that you are going to collect is just for comfort. That's what it is for, just for additional comfort, because we have people that give us these funds that we are giving to you. And in order to meet that criteria, we would need to, collect a bank guarantee from you, which even when you default, there are so many processes that we have to pass through before we get to the end of the road. First of all, we have to restructure your facility a number of times. So when the commercial banks come and they tell you that there's nothing in it for them, first of all, after you have collected the facility from us, the domiciliation of proceeds from that project goes to the commercial bank. Bank of Industry does not take the domiciliation of proceeds. Do you understand? Yeah, Bank of Industry also has its own funds in those same banks that they make money from. Do you understand? On top of that, the monitoring fee that you pay on that facility is given to the commercial bank. And also, part of the interest that we earn also goes to the commercial banks. So you see, we are partners in this, but you must also understand that we are also businessmen. They also want to give out their funds, and they will tell you everything you need to know, everything you need to hear to be able to get you to come to their side of things. But the simple truth is that it is cheaper with us. We will give you more long-term financing than they would give to you, and we'll also give you at a cheaper interest rate. And if it is possible for them not to give you the bank guarantee, they will not give it to you. Do you understand? So at the end of the day, it is being able to come back to us and have thorough conversations. Sometimes people get tired of having conversations, but there's always a threshold that you get to and you have a full understanding of how the process works. The bank has always been here and has supported a lot of companies. There's a very wonderful car brand that is in town today. I personally appraised that project. I gave them the money, and they were not as big as they are today when they were there then. But if you see where they are now, you will be blown away. There are a lot of people that have benefited from this thing.
And
what
a
I can
lot
tell you, a lot
of people who
yes,
are not.
A lot of people.
There's also, for everybody who is benefiting,
yes,
many are not.
Yes,
the
and
question
that's
is, we understand the
criteria.
mechanics of what you're trying to explain.
Yes.
But the question is, how do we surmount the hurdle?
Exactly.
How do we get the funding to the right people?
Yes, one of the ways that the bank came up with is the business service development partners that we have. Now, these people, now I'll use the creative industry for instance. The creative industry is an upcoming industry, and we know that. That means that a creative does not have the kind of collateral that a manufacturer will have. Do you understand? That means they cannot provide collateral for facilities just like we require. But it does not stop the fact that we require collaterals. So it is a dilemma. And that is where the investment in digital and creative enterprises came up. Now, that's the IDICE program. The investment in digital and creative enterprises is a $617 million fund that was put together by the Islamic Development Bank, the African Development Bank, and the federal government of Nigeria. This money was put together to be able to...
I'm so sorry, I'm going to have to just round up for me real quick. Thank you.
Now, this fund was put together so as to skill up and also build capacity and also create access to finance. This fund also has a grant aspect of it, and it also has a loan part of it. This whole program is being put together so as to be able to bring lenders in the creative and digital business space to the point where they are able to meet the risk acceptance criteria of banks like Bank of Industry. So you see, the bank is like a, what is it called now? A backward integration, going back to develop the capacity of the people within the industry so that they would understand what it really is to be able to access a loan. Because a loan is not a grant. You
Fantastic.
have to pay back a loan.
If anybody in the audience wants to continue this conversation, please, I really, really want you to benefit from all this insight. If we can just sort of meet at the back, because at this point we actually have to cut off. I am so sorry. Do you mind staying a few minutes behind just to sort of help everybody gather a little bit more insight to what you're trying to explain to us? Is that okay?
Well, that's fine.
So basically, let me just round up real quick. So what is really the way forward for us? It's very, very simple. And I think everybody on the panel can agree with me today. We need to collaborate across industries and sectors. We need the private sector, government, and innovators to work together. Every single one of us has a role to play. Scaling production and driving innovation is not a one-man game, as you've heard from Bank of Industry, because they also have a role. It also requires policymakers, enablers like BOI, educators, advisors, networks, and partners, all playing their part. And without them, we now understand that us as the executors, the manufacturers themselves, cannot affect the change that we want effectively enough. It's a team effort. So I want to thank everybody that has joined us today on this panel. I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your insights, your passion in every one of your fields. This conversation has definitely made one thing crystal clear. Nigeria's industry and our industrial future is in our hands. We are not going to sit around any longer. We can't afford to. Nobody's coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. It's not just about solving problems, but it's about seeing opportunities where others are seeing obstacles. So let's just keep talking. Let's walk away from this session with renewed sense of purpose. Let's focus on innovation, collaboration, and indeed scale. Our future isn't something that we can wait for. It's something that we have to design with intentionality and passion. Thank you to our amazing, amazing panelists today. I appreciate every single one of you. Continue to just do amazing work wherever you guys are. The world is indeed watching. Abimbola, thank you so much. Toby, thank you so much. Bolu Watito, you're amazing. And Moriam, thank you so much for your time. And thank you to every single one of you in the audience that's participated and taking your time out to join us today and listen. I hope this has been of incredible value to you today. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the event, guys. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just take one quick word from Bank of Industry before we go into the photo ops.
Okay, fantastic. This one is working. So that we don't leave without this information, there's a program that the Bank of Industry is currently working on. It is the loan guarantee scheme, and it will take care of everything that all of you just talked about on this panel. Where you say that you do not have security and all of those stuff, there's a scheme that will come up very soon, and it's going to take care of all of those issues that you have just addressed now. Because you may not even need the kind of guarantees that you are talking about here, or maybe even if you will, to be way, way, way small, or even just a partial part of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everyone, for being a part of this session. Please don't go anywhere. We're going to have a presentation just in a minute when we're done with pictures. So we'll take pictures very quickly for about 2-3 minutes or even less, and then we'll go into the next session before we have a quick break before the fourth panel session. So please don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick presentation. It's going to be very quick, and then you can take a bathroom break or a lunch break, and then we'll reconvene at 4 p.m. Please, a round of applause for Bank of Industry. The next presentation is going to be on innovation in design and architecture, and that presentation will be taken by Deluxe. That session is going to start now, so please don't go anywhere. After that presentation, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll reconvene for the final panel session of the day, which will be on the future frameworks, bridging architecture, design, and economic growth. Please stay with us. I will see you in a minute. All right, please, let's settle down, everybody. If you're outside, please come inside. We'll have this quick presentation, and then we can take a proper break before the final panel session for the day. All right, we'll go straight into the presentation now, and our facilitator is Charles Elo Michael, who is a dedicated, result-oriented leader that has a passion for impacting knowledge. He joined CAP PLC as a graduate trainee chemist in January 2004 and has grown through the UACN Lister training program, holding various job functions such as supervisor, water-based products, assistant brand manager, Deluxe, then became a full manager within 5 years as a product development manager in January 2009. He continued his career by moving to a sales function as the customer service manager, trade channels, and then later progressed to be the customer service manager, specified project unit. He was promoted into leadership position as the research and development manager in 2018, and then later became the technical manager in 2020. Is currently the capability development manager, a position he assumed in March 2021. He currently serves as the capability development manager and is responsible for developing the new generation of talents in the paint and decorative industry through the renowned CAP Painters Academy, which has churned out thousands of world-class professionals across the design and decorative industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Charles Eloho Michael. Mr. Charles, if you please use the podium for the presentation so that we can have the presentation on the screen.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Please use the podium.
Good afternoon, all. I want to welcome you to this session. On behalf of my team that's here with me, I have the brand manager, Dulux, Habib Lawal, is seated there, and other of my team members in our stand. I want to welcome you to this session where we'll be talking about what CAP as a company is doing in the design and innovation space. I have a presentation. We just go to the next slide. That slide speaks to the entire coating industry. As a company, we are into paint manufacturing, and if you look at the entire coating industry, there are sections in that industry. There's the decorative section, the O2 OEM coatings. There's also the transportation sector of paint as well. Then the wood finishes, powdered coatings, coil coating, packaging coating, and other coatings in that area. But as a company, who are we as a company? We are into the manufacturing of 4 major brands. And our flagship brand is Dulux, which we have the license to manufacture here in Nigeria. We have a wide range of colors. As a company, we are color experts. And that's why we have this slogan for Dulux that says less color. Then in terms of where we operate, we have a lot of stores scattered pan-Nigeria. We're in the north, east, west. We have over 95 stores in the whole of the country. We're into 4 major brands, like I've mentioned, the Dulux Trade, the Dulux Regular, Santex, Caplos, and Hempel. If you look at the market segmentation as far as paint is concerned, you will discover that we have paint in the ultra premium segment, we have in the premium segment, and we also have in the mid segment. And as far as our paint products are concerned, we actually do top coat decorative products. We have products for surface preparation, and then we have products for the marine and protective sector of the economy. Our ultra premium product is actually our Dulux Trade product. Then we have in the premium segment our Dulux Regular, and in the mid segment we have the Santex products. In terms of surface preparation, we have a brand called Caplos that have products that are meant for the preparation of every surface that you paint. And if you go into painting, you will discover that without the right preparation, your paint will not stay on that surface. So if we can move the slides so that we get to the next slide. Talking about the functions of paint. So under functions, we have 4 things paint will do for you. The first one is that your paint will give you decoration. It's used for decorating surfaces. And under decoration, we are looking at color. We are looking at the opacity, talking about the hiding power of that product. And we're also looking at the finish type, what that product will give to you in terms of finish. Is it a matte, is it a gloss, or is it a mid-sheen finish? Then from decoration, your paint product will also achieve protection. It's on the next slide. We also achieve protection, talking about anti-corrosive properties, talking about chemical attack resistance, talking about heat resistance, then also the sealing of your surface against moisture and other things that can affect the final finish as far as paint is concerned. Paint can also be used for communication. And in communication, we're talking about signs and warnings. And also you can use paint for health. Under health, we are looking at the clinical part, the cleanness part of paint, the antibacterial nature of paint, and also we are talking about low VOC levels. In VOC, we are talking about volatile organic compounds. These are the 4 major areas or functions as far as paint is concerned. Paint will achieve decoration. Paint can also achieve protection. And we can use paint for communication. And there's the health part of paint as well. So let's look at expressing your world with Dulux. Like I said, Dulux is our flagship brand. In the Dulux family, we have products that will give you that aesthetic finish that you are looking for. Products that speaks to you in terms of colors in that respect. Now let's get started. As far as Dulux is concerned, great designs begin with the right color. And that's why the Dulux family, we actually will deliver great color finishes as far as our walls are concerned. We know the colors that go. We have experts that will help you in terms of your color selection. If you go to any of our outlets, we have color consultants. These are experts that will help you select the right shade or the right finish for whatever product you are applying. And also, they will sit with you and give you that color consultancy that you are looking for. Because for the finish you are applying on the wall, the colors must speak to the space you are trying to create. And in Dulux, we'll definitely do that for you. So let's find the right color. In all our outlets, we have color selectors. There's a tiny device that whatever color you need, by the time you get to our outlets, we're able to scan that color and give it to you. We have color selectors, tiny devices that are used for visualizing your color even before it is applied on the walls. We have visualizers that will give you that finish you are looking for, an idea so that you can make the right choice before applying those products on the surface. So there are color guides. We use color to help us select the colors we are looking for, identify the right names. In our color offering, Dulux will give you over 12,000 colors. And that's where our strength really lies, in your color selection. And that's why in our Dulux regular range, we have the Dulux Silk Emotion for that beautiful silk finish that you're looking for. The Dulux Matte Emotion for those that want that finish that will give you that flat appearance on your walls. In the Dulux Trade family, we also have the Vinyl Silk. Vinyl Silk is that product that has the highest sheen level, has an excellent coverage, and also it is tough and washable. Then if you are applying trade outside, we have the Dulux Mansory Smooth. This product has that excellent opacity you are looking for. The technology of this product, it has a shower resistance of up to 30 minutes. What that simply means is that if you apply the paint and it suddenly starts raining, it will resist, that paint will not come off from that wall. as long as you have done that for 30 minutes. It has excellent coverage. So with that, we are saying that your product will cover a large area in terms of the spreading rate. So you're actually using less. You're using less for more. But I want to introduce to you our Easy Care Matte Finish. The Dulux Easy Care Matte Finish. This product has excellent stain-resistant technology. Normally, for regular mattes, one of the drawbacks is that they get stained easily. But what we have done in the Dulux family is to introduce this product that has that excellent stain resistance, has scuff resistance, and is 20 times tougher than your regular mats. It has that washable cycle. You can scrub without removing the paint film. And at the end of that washing, there will be no patch marks on your walls. They come in very large range of colors to give you that beautiful space that you are looking for. That's for your Easy Care Matte. This is a product that we've introduced into the market. And I can tell you that when you use this product, you have an excellent finish. So why choose Dulux in the first place? This product will offer you superior coverage and give you that durability that you are looking for. It's eco-friendly. As a company, we are concerned about how our products interact with the environment. And in all our products, we have actually used materials that are not harmful as far as the environment is concerned. The product contains less volatile organic compound. Those are VOCs. Now, in terms of climate change, what is that aspect that we as a company will contribute to our environment? And that's the VOC aspect, the volatile organic compound aspect. And as a responsible company, we have kept our VOC levels extremely low. And that's what makes that product eco-friendly at the end of the day. We are available and readily accessible. Like I've said earlier, we offer the market over 12,000 colors in all our Dulux Color Centers pan Nigeria. We're on social media, and also you can get our products through e-commerce. Like I've said, we have that free color and deco consultancy, and it's available in all our outlets pan Nigeria. Now, in the Dulux family, like I said, in CAP, the Dulux products are in the premium range. But we have come to realize that there are still that mid-tier range where we have clients or customers as well. And that's where our next product, Santex, plays. Santex is the smart choice. It's of high quality, long-lasting, and also affordable. Under this range, we have various product offerings that are affordable, that are durable, and they are long-lasting top coats playing in that mid-tier segment. We have our Vinyl Matte Emulsion, the standard quality, and we have the Santex Matte Finish that gives you that excellent textured finish that is weather resistant. It allows your wall to breathe, and because your walls are breathing, the paint on the wall will not lift easily from that wall. It's resistant to fungi and algae growth, and then it has an excellent coverage. Under that same Santex, we have the Santex Satin for those that want that intermediate sheen level on their walls for that beautiful aesthetic finish. It has that mild sheen effect, quick drying, and wipeable at the same time. Then for people that want to apply products on metals, we have the Santex Gloss Finish that gives you that high gloss finish at the end of the day. Now, in every painting sequence, in terms of painting, the most important thing that you need to do first is your surface preparation. Now, if you don't prepare your surface very well, that paint adhesion stands the risk of failing over time. And that is why we have dedicated the Caplus range, okay, for that fundamental purpose of ensuring that you create that perfect foundation before you put your paint on that surface. So Caplus products are specifically formulated to address a wide range of surface-related issues. And we have a few products displayed here, which is your Caplus Creating Filler. That product is what we use for skimming of your walls. Now, for every cement plaster, there's the issue of alkali attack. And because cement is an alkali compound, we have the Caplus Alkaline Resisting Primer, which is a primer that is formulated for plastered surfaces. And this primer will ensure that the alkali residue in your cement will not affect the top coat that you are applying on that surface. Then for that better finish in terms of thickness, we have the Caplus Undercoat, which you use to block stains on your wall, to convert a deep color to a light color, and also to convert a gloss finish to an emulsion finish. That's for your Caplus Undercoat. And for the priming of metal surfaces, you need your Caplus Red Oxide Primer, which we use in ensuring that your metals would not rust over time. Then there are some certain surfaces that have certain growths in terms of mildew, fungi, algae, all those that deface the entire building. Now, normally, in painting such walls, painters will just scrape off that surface. Now, just scraping it off is not enough. Okay? You need to apply the Caplus Biocidal wash to ensure that the residual part of that organism is totally taken care of before that wall is painted. Now, we have some certain surfaces that are friable in nature, that tend to be chalky, maybe as a result of the paint losing adhesion or as a result of the paint aging over time. Old paint on the surface can become chalky. They can start staining your hands by the time you touch the surface. Now, we have the Caplus stabilizing solution to ensure that you stabilize that surface before you paint it. Now, your Caplus products is a solution for every problem. Enables you to deliver a perfect finish and prevent subsequent paint failure. I have a slogan that I normally tell my painters. I tell them it is 80% preparation and 20% painting. So what that simply means is that if your preparation is done properly, whatever paint you put on that surface will last. Even if the paint has the highest technology, if you put that paint on a surface that is not well prepared, at the end of the day, that paint will fail. So Caplus tend to help you to achieve that great surface before you paint the surface. So if you look at all the offerings I've listed, you will see that Dulux or CAP as a company, we try to ensure that the paint system is achieved. The complete paint system is one that includes your primer, your undercoat, and your finish coat. So primers is one part of painting that is underutilized today. A lot of painters out there don't do the right system, and that's why quite a number of paint applications will not be able to last or stand the test of time. So there's a need for us to ensure that we prime every bare surface, every virgin surface before we paint. Because your priming will ensure good adhesion to the substrate. If you are priming metals, we also ensure that there is no corrosion or rust developing on that surface. And also for primers that go on plastered surface, there's also that layer that gives you that alkali resistance, so that the final application you put on the wall will also last. Your primers will seal every porous surface at the end of the day. Then when you come to your undercoat layer, undercoats are done on surfaces that are primed or previously painted. So they aid film build, opacity enhancement. Opacity here talks about the hiding power of the paint as far as the wall is concerned. It also helps adhesion to the primer, and it's also served as a stain blocker. It is only after your surface has been prepared properly, that you have put the right priming system in place, you have done the right undercoating that you now put your top coat as the final layer of paint to achieve the beautification you are looking for, and also that durability at the end of the day. So this is just a diagram illustrating the complete paint system in terms of the substrate you are trying to paint. The first steps that we always advise is to go through the preparation. Then you can now prime, undercoat, then put your top coat on it. Now, as a company that puts innovation in its forefront, we always look at our market and ask ourselves, what are the other things we can give to our clients? What other way can we help the current market in terms of the offerings we have? And that is why we have introduced the Santes Select, because we also realize that apart from the premium segment, there's also that mid segment, and there's a segment that is lower than the mid segment. And that segment, we have positioned this product to give you that smart choice for everyone. So it's have great quality, great value, and it's also more pocket friendly. Because quite a number of people say Dulux is up there. We have our prices in that premium space. But we're also looking at how we can capture other markets as well. And that is why this product is coming into the market, the Santes Select, to help capture that other segment where we currently are not operating. Then I've mentioned earlier that every paint performance has a lot to do with the preparation you do. If you look at the space where we operate, one of the biggest challenges as far as paint adhesion is concerned is the moisture levels of your wall. And you will agree with me that there are some certain walls that have moisture challenges. Now, for normal painting to take place, moisture must not exceed 12%. But what we've realized is that there are some certain structures where no matter how long you leave them, that water issue will still be there, especially in the foundational layers where you have capillary rise coming from the ground. So what Dulux has done is to introduce this product into the market called the Caplus Dam Shield. Now, from all our studies and research, we've discovered that 80% of paint failure has a lot to do with the moisture level of that surface. Now, if you can actually arrest the moisture issues you have, your paint will last longer on the wall. So this innovative product has the capacity to check moisture levels that are below 50%. So what I'm saying is that if you measure your walls, and at the end of the day, the moisture level is not greater than 50, all you need to do is to apply a layer of this product, and this product will be able to ensure that the final coat you are putting on the wall will last very long. So these are the two key products we've just released, and they are in the market as I speak. For those that are interested in having better insights into what I'm showing, we have our own stand somewhere. You can locate us in our stand and we'll give you better info as to what these products can do. And as a company, we always like to build a sustainable future. As far as our paint use and paint application is concerned, we at CAP, we think about what we do and how it impacts the environment. And one of the biggest areas where we have challenge as far as paint making is concerned is in the area of VOCs. I've mentioned a little about VOCs, and you will discover that VOCs are used in paint production. And because paint conventionally would dry by evaporation, what it simply means is that the liquid part of the paint will escape into the atmosphere. And that liquid part is what we call, or what we refer to as the volatile organic compounds. Now, if you look at what are VOCs, okay, why reduce VOCs? This diagram is just showing you what are the most important features to your paint when you are buying any product. Okay, the first thing you need to look out for is talking about the color. As far as Dulux is concerned, we are color experts. Then you also look at the quality of that product that you are buying. Then the price. Of lesser importance is the area of odor, and then the VOC levels that I'm talking about. Now, VOCs are damaging to the environment. And as a responsible company, we are asking ourselves that we need to reduce VOCs as far as our environments are concerned. It can pose a health risk. Okay, VOCs contribute to air pollution. It contributes to the creation of ozone in the lower atmosphere, which is harmful to humans, animals, and plants. It is the responsibility of all paint manufacturers to reduce total emissions. And that is why in Dulux, we have our own policies and protocols, and we say that Dulux products are environmentally responsible and they are safe to use. If you look at the next slide, you see there that in our products, most of our products are lead-free. There are still products out there that quite a lot of manufacturers use lead as a drying agent. Now, we all know that lead is poisonous, and as far as paint manufacturing is concerned, lead has been banned for a very long time. But unfortunately, for the economy we find ourselves, some of these banned products find their way into our market, and there are some certain products that still embrace the use of these products. So we are a company that has no lead in any form in any of the products we offer the market. Our products have low odor. There's no ethylene glycol, and also there's no nonyl phenol ethoxylates. That's just the chemical names talking about surfactants and also talking about other co-solvents and dryers in the system. All these products have harmful effects, and there are quite a number of paint companies that are still using these products. And we are saying that as a company, we are responsible, and we make sure that the products we turn out don't have any of these materials inside. So we have innovative products out there. We have products that will give you that aesthetic finish that you are looking for. We're also concerned about how long, in terms of the longevity, the durability, and the quality you get as far as your products are concerned. So in conclusion, we are a company that is responsible as far as paint and paint application is concerned. This last slide is in partnership with the Design Week Lagos. we are doing a giveaway. Okay, the product I introduced, the Dulux Easy Care Mat, the innovative product that is 20 times tougher than your regular mat. We're going to give out 5-liter containers to as many, to the lucky winners. All you need to do is to scan this QR code. I think it will ask for your name and maybe phone number. And so we'll give you out 5-liter containers. They are bases. And if you win that base, you can go into any of our outlets and get it tinted to whatever color you want at the end of the day. So we can go ahead and scan the QR code, supply the information required. And I know that when you end up experiencing our product, you definitely come back for more. Thank you so much for this time. And I wish you the best. And I wish the the organizers of this program, greater achievements as far as Design Week is concerned. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Charles Hello Michael, the Capability Development Manager at CAPL. Thank you so much for running us through that session. Please, I'll advise everybody to take advantage of this giveaway. Please scan the barcode, and we hope that you win. Sadly, only 5 people can win from the giveaway, but we hope that the people in this room are part of the 5 that will win. All right, we'll go on a quick break, and then we'll return in 30 minutes for the final panel session of the day. The final panel session for today will be talking about future frameworks, bridging architecture, design, and economic growth. All right, we'll go on a lunch break now. You can stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, and then we'll see you at 4 p.m. Thank you. Also, as you're still within the premise, we'll make a couple of announcements. There are some exhibitors as well that are having some giveaway. Please pay attention. Those announcements will start to go out shortly. Her project, Lagos is Drowning, aims to research and find new approaches to risk management associated with flooding in Lagos, creating objects and wearables that can help city dwellers cope with the impact of flood. She has also created a bird sanctuary using waste vegetation, paper, card, and other materials to create a place for to nest for the existing bird ecology, as well as a place to rest for the migrant workers in the area, currently tendering birds in makeshift aviaries. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Eve Inaji as she takes the stage. A round of applause for her, please. Joining Eve on stage is Yusuf Agbola, who is the founder of Olani Studio, an innovative design studio that thrives on multidisciplinary relationships to actualize ideas around themes of environmentalism. The studio questions how art, architecture, and anthropological research can create experimental environments that challenge the way we experience geological conditions and living ecosystems. The American-born Nigerian artist works between Cayenne, French, Guyana, and London, UK. About his practice and background, I like to look closely at nature, studying things like skin patterns, fruits, and plants. Walking in the forest and being outdoors inspires his work, especially the shadows of light rays he sees. Agbola's process starts with something he finds interesting but doesn't know much about, then delves into the microscopic scale. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Yusuf Agbola. And joining them is Zoe Chinonso, an architect and lecturer. She is a product design researcher and doctoral candidate focusing on the future of design production in Nigeria in the face of a globalized present and colonized past. She nerds at about the future of African modernism as pioneered by Demas Nwoko in burgeoning creative industries in Nigeria, across Africa and the diaspora. As a designer, Zoe believes in simplifying and communicating ideas for others to clearly understand. I beg your pardon, I'll take that again. As a designer, Zoe believes in simplifying and communicating ideas for others to clearly understand. She stands behind promoting alternative design features, particularly a decolonized one in which creative knowledge is equitably shared. Please, a round of applause for Zoe Chinonso Agbola. Sorry, Zoe Chinonso, and I beg your pardon. Last but definitely not the least, and the moderator of this session is Miles Igwebike, a distinguished graduate of the Royal College of Arts, London. He is a visionary Nigerian-American designer, researcher, and social innovator. Miles' practice seamlessly integrates dynamism with craft, utilizing techniques of aesthetics, disruption, and adaptation across various mediums, including research, photography, design, sound, architecture, and diplomacy. These innovative artistic philosophies encapsulated in his TED Talk, Divergent Thinking as a Survival Strategy. Since 2018, Igwebike's works have been driven by an insatiable curiosity and a quest for simplicity. His creative inspiration stems from the intricate, multidimensional, and sometimes paradoxical nature of the Kola North, paying homage to his southeastern Nigerian roots. Through his interdisciplinary approach, Miles positions himself as a cultural bridge and a custodian of heritage, exploring and preserving the rich narrative of his ancestry. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Miles Igwebike. Again, we're going to be talking about apologies for that. Again, we're going to be talking about future frameworks, bridging architecture, design, and economic growth. As mentioned earlier, this conversation is going to be very, very interactive and robust. Learn all that you can learn and prepare your questions. Miles, over to you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It is lovely to be here. with people that I respect, admire, and call friends. I'm going to just jump into it. So, I'm going to direct the first question to Zoe, putting her on the spot as I usually do. And then hopefully all the other panelists will follow suit. To open up this panel, I would really love to know what world building means to you. I think it's very important that we start there before we go into the intricacies of architecture and design and the intersection. All right.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Miles. Lovely to meet you guys. What does world building mean to me? I think as a designer, as a researcher, as a dreamer, I tend to daydream a lot. I think world building is important in realizing what is possible and looking at your existing reality and thinking about what could be. Because I research specific traditional heritages, specifically in the Igbo context in Nigeria, it can be a bit speculative, but it's also grounded in realism. So thinking about what could have been, but also in a very realistic way. So not in the sci-fi kind of perspective, but in a way that can kind of open our minds and realize what is possible with what we have in our hands. So I think world building is important in motivating, in inspiring, in raising belief in what's possible. I don't know if that made sense.
Amazing. No, that definitely makes sense, and so interesting. I loved what you said about daydreaming, because I think I dream 24/7, right? I think what's life without just being in the speculative realm? And as a futurist, I think it's very important to know that anything and everything is possible. Right. So I'll take Yusuf. Tell us.
Yes. I think the first thing that comes to mind with the world building is community. I don't think world building is solo kind of act that one person can take on by themselves. So the first thing I think of is community, but not necessarily just the human community. You know, I also think about world building with other species as well. So just being considerate of other species, how we connect with them, how we communicate with them, how we recognize them in the world, and what we imagine to build, I think is very important as well. So the first thing that comes to mind is community and the non-human community as well, being part of that imagination that projects us into different futures or new futures of world building.
That's incredible. Thank you. Eve, let's hear from you. Sorry, guys. These are all my friends, so it's going to be super funny.
I think the first thing I think about when I see the word world building is video games. I grew up playing video games, specifically Sims, and I do a lot of world building in Sims. And this is something that is obviously very, like top down, where you're not interacting at all with your products. You're just kind of creating. And I think I grew up thinking that's what it was to actually like build a community or build a world. And when I got into architecture, the one thing that people kept saying with me is like, you can't play God, which I think that resonated with me. At first, I was like, of course you can. But then being in the field and realizing that actually these worlds are built by a lot of people, as Yusuf said, communities, and not just people, but organisms and networks. And so for me, a part of me still sees world building as something that is very video game-like. But I think the latter me understands it, wishes it was something that you had a lot of control over, but understands that it's something that you're just part of, and you can't help but to build it.
I think that's very interesting. From what you just mentioned, it's almost like you're allowing you give room for uncertainty, and I think that's the grounding part of of your practice or the world building you talked about? So for me, I live in the realm of everything and anything is possible. I'm a futurist. When I think about world building, I think about how are we able to create spaces that we can identify with? How can we challenge the norm? And why is the norm the norm? I'm very rebellious, and I'm always asking questions. And I think curiosity is very important, and that is the pinnacle of my practice as well. So yeah, let's go into the next question. And it's going to be quite interesting, right? Because we're in Nigeria, and I guess the most apparent thing are the infrastructural voids, right? Where we have either unfinished spaces or spaces that have not been produced properly or spaces that lack, proper materials and other aspects. And I'm going to start with Eve. What are your thoughts around potential solutions for the infrastructure voids in Nigeria, how architecture and design can solve those problems? And maybe you can give examples of some challenges that you've faced in your practice and maybe some solutions you were able to execute.
I think this goes back to like your first question and my first answer, which was, infrastructure is such a major thing. When you think about infrastructure, at least the first thing that comes to my mind is like a highway. And in a city like Lagos, where we are very aware of of what infrastructure we're lacking, I think as designers, especially for me as an architect and designer, I get extremely frustrated because I can see clearly that what's missing, and I wish that I had all the power to, like a sim, just drop a bridge here, and connect this here. But in my practice, we look at the environment a lot to really inform our design, and I found there's a different kind of infrastructure here that needs attention, and it's the infrastructure that's being kind of like broken beneath the feet. And so my focus really is to try to get communities that I work with to understand this infrastructure and understand that they are essentially the supports for this infrastructure. The work that we're doing in Anambra, for example, where we're building flood-resilient architecture, my initial thought was, why don't we just start building bridges across these lowlands so that people can evacuate quickly, this kind of infrastructure? But then when doing environmental research, it's led me to understand that actually we need to start looking at why these spaces are getting inundated in the first place. And also why this community is settled so far away from the main cities, such as Onitsha. And understanding that there was an environmental infrastructure here that they gravitated towards, and this infrastructure is the one that's crumbling, is what has just been giving me such thrill. So now highlighting all of the trees that used to be along the river, that used to actually buttress the erosion, and also all the wetlands that are now turning into farmlands. This infrastructure is really where is my focus now, and saying, how do we create architecture that points to the trees and says, we need these trees to actually build this building, or we need this wetland for this structure to work. So for me, though I wish I could just okay, put one tree here, copy and paste 100 trees. I realize that as an architect, I really have to start at the scale of the person and then use my architecture to point towards the infrastructure that needs more support.
That's incredible. I think I know the area in Anambra you're talking. Is it in Ochocha?
No, it's Nzam.
Nzam. Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
Nzam is so far. It's so far north in Anambra that it has a closer relationship to Asaba, which is across the Niger River, than Onitsha, which is on the same side of the river.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
Zoe.
Yeah, there's something I want to pick up on that you're saying, recognizing environmental infrastructure, or in how I'm thinking about it, there is infrastructure everywhere. I think, yes, in in our very globalized understandings and in the urban context that we're in, using Lagos as an example, it's clear to see when there, are potholes or there's no bridge. But I think there's also value in, maybe I'm thinking about this from the smaller scale or the point of a designer looking at objects, an object designer. I think that it's really important to open our eyes and look at and recognize the valid value in the infrastructure around us, in how people are already solving for these gaps, whether that is traditional knowledge, whether that is just everyday designing that is happening around us, and seeing the value in those infrastructures. So yes, in environmental, yes, in quick objects that people are making, and then using those as foundations for continuous design evolution. I'm going to nerd out a bit here, but one of my favorite pieces that's been exhibited is Paul Yakubu's umbrella stand, because and if you haven't seen it, it's in the Design and Innovation exhibition, because it's a great example of recognizing that valuable pre-existing infrastructure, this object that is already used and also recognized by communities in very rooted contexts. So that way, any kind of expanding of that infrastructure isn't alien to the community. It actually makes sense because it's already kind of born out of their own innovation. So I think the more that we look to solve the gaps by recognizing the existing value or existing solutions, it makes lots of sense. Like I'm currently working on a research project that is mapping out the chop bar benches. I don't know if it's everywhere. Those benches that are put together with wood really quickly. People either straddle them to sit and eat or to play games or to sleep on. They're in different typologies across Nigeria, across Africa, even other parts of the world. So I think there's a lot of it's not even hidden, but it's hidden from our own. I don't know how to phrase it, but it's right there, and there's a lot that we can use right in front of us as a jumping point for a contextual solution, rather than just going to the very obvious fix that we were trained to think about. But yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible. So, almost like anthropology as a vehicle to explore modernity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like Yusuf was saying, it is rooted in community because people are solving and they're creating very contextual objects or systems in their present environment to fix these gaps. So we can use them and just be facilitators as designers as well, and add our own creative innovation to it. But they're very valuable.
How mimicry is, it's kind of like this study of design where you're looking at different forms in nature and there's many levels to it. So one is aesthetically, you're looking at different forms in nature, and then you are mimicking kind of the patterns and the geometries that are in nature and design. And then on a deeper level, the one that I'm kind of more interested in, I'm interested in both, but it's kind of like you're looking at the systems, like how an ecosystem works, like where the energy comes from, how it's transformed into another form of energy, or how the systems and mechanics of biology works, and then incorporating them into design or architecture or even systems management or algorithms or technology. So it's multifaceted. But I think I think, just being here, there's so many different things that I see that are already kind of using biomimicry. When I look at Adire, and I look at different kind of textile patterns, the different kind of tyings, the different kind of symbolism in the patterns and things like this, it's very much so already using some systems of biomimicry. If I was to imagine different ways that biomimicry can be used in the future, I would say I would like to talk to children and kids because I don't have the answer. And I think a lot of the children here, they have a different kind of connection with their environment that could also inspire me, you know? So I think the future is in the younger generation. And if myself as an architect or artist can be humble enough to be inspired by their own imagination, I think some of the solutions of biomimicry through like once I'm explaining to them like what it is and the ideas, I feel like they have the answers, the younger generation. So I want to, as humbly as I know how, say the answer for like the biomimicry like solutions is in like the future generations and how much we invest in them and their creativity.
It's very important. And picking up what you just mentioned on investing, I think education comes into play. And in Nigeria, you know, obviously we don't have design degrees. I know we have architecture degrees, and you know, even that is even evolving as we speak. Do you think education is a really big determinant for change? Because also we have people that are just making things and innovating without formal training. Personally, I believe in formal training, but then I also don't at the same time. So it's a very hard question. So I'd love to know your thoughts and maybe a potential solution.
I have a question, Miles. Like, what is the difference for you between formal training and non-formal training? Could you elaborate on that more?
Well, I mean, formal training, I would say an institution and a piece of paper after. And, and I mean, because you look at the apprenticeship model, for instance, in Onitsha, which I think is extremely, you know, fascinating on how they've, you know, our ancestral, our culture, our traditions have already established this framework that can be constantly evolved and has worked, right? Then also you have training from lived experience, where all you have to do is just have one occurrence happen to you, and then in order for that not to happen again, you're thinking about how can I avoid this situation, or how can I solve that problem? Already you're a designer. But then when you go, if you want to, you know, go intricately into a particular topic or space in design that is not as familiar to your environment or your current setting, sometimes you might need the formal training, right? And that's kind of, you know, the differences that I see. But then I've also seen people who have done some amazing things without formal training, right? And it's like a really interesting fence to sit on, because you do learn skills in formal institutions, or at least you can take from some sort of framework or tools that they provide. And nothing beats lived experience, as they say. So where do you sit on that? And how do you see that working in this part of the world, where our entire population is, you know, below 30, as they say? 70% of our population is below 30. So the future is Africa, regardless. It's happening. And the younger generation, they're budding, they're industrial, they're entrepreneurs, there's so many different things, but there are so many different gaps as well in the education system. Do you think education can solve this problem? Do you think they just need to do their own thing and kind of be rebellious towards education? And then we'll move on to government after, briefly.
Anyone wants to touch the mic?
Just in case.
Well, I have to recognize that I've been blessed with the opportunity to get formal education in design outside of this country. So I wouldn't want to blanketly to prescribe. You see, formal education didn't teach me that word. But I wouldn't want to prescribe a solution to an experience that I don't have. However, I will say that if anyone was at the panel with the minister yesterday, I think it is important, especially if we're talking about economic growth, to support the talent in the country with proper infrastructure, with proper education, because it's not like the skill is non-existent. You have gone through your training by giving you capital to go and start, even if it's a competing business, to go and start the business, because there's a different value in mind, the value is, the growth of the community overall, not just growth of myself. So there are already existing models of formal education, but I don't think we should just say, let's figure it out. We don't need formal. Everyone needs to at least have that incubator or that space where they can get as much training as possible, be exposed. We're already exposed, through the internet to what is possible. So why not be supported by our own government, by our own industry leaders who have gone out of the country to get formal education and can come back and create those spaces for the very skilled communities who are looking to improve their craft. But it doesn't mean to then plug and play or to take, how do I say this?
Replicates.
Yes, little side story. I have a design education from the US, and I caused a lot of trouble at the end of my senior year by pushing a lot of buttons and saying, why is the curriculum like this? Why are we learning in our first year art history? And let's look at, Asia for one lecture, and then we'll jump to Africa for the next lecture, and then, okay. And then now you specialize in industrial design. Now let's actually sit down and let's look at Europe and the Industrial Revolution. And are you seeing this? Are you seeing how brilliant this is? And look at the decisions that were made in the creation of this object, and wow. And then everyone from all over the world goes and replicates, unknowingly or sometimes knowingly, those same aesthetics, those same typologies, for objects that are, trying to solve different problems around the world. And so I caused a lot of stress for my department by saying, I'm so sorry, why are there such strict categories between art, craft, and design? And why are you saying that design from underrepresented cultures around the world are not design because they are not made with industrial processes? There is immense intentionality in the ways that things were made. So I'm saying all that to say is we need as much formal education, we need as much skill training, but not at the expense of, like I said earlier, recognizing the value of our existing context and how different and unique it is from the rest of the world, because then that allows us to play equitably in globalization, to say, hey, we have a solution for the climate crisis, for example, but in our own way and for this context. I've said context too many times. That's how you know I've been formally trained in design
100%.
buzzwords. But I hope that makes sense.
No, 100%. Sounds great. And I want to hear from everyone else. And it's just right before that, something you mentioned about pushing back, which I think that's where anyone that knows me, I love challenging and I love asking why. And I think it's very important for any a designer and architect to truly ask why when you're being formally trained as well, especially if you are trying to specialize in a particular realm. And the disadvantage of being trained outside Nigeria is the fact that you have a completely different context, right? It's the word that you're talking about. As someone who has been trained in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, it's very interesting that I know the difference. It's very real. But then there is a certain level of quality as well that we must also recognize. The question is, how can we improve the systems here to raise the quality of education, to expand the curriculum, that it also covers so many different sectors? You mentioned something about our reality is almost a solution because there are so many different things that are right in front of us. Typologies, methodologies, ways of life, frameworks, etc. And you look at the curriculum here in Nigeria and you realize it's quite one-dimensional, quite systemic. And I don't know whether it's a question or a call to action or a thought, but it would be, what would Nigeria look like if, the curriculum was quite expanded, right? It's not about bringing a lecturer from London or New York to come and teach in Yaba or in Esut. It's about, let us dissect the curriculum here. What would we say is best practice? what would we say that we can resonate with here, being from Nigeria, understanding the problems, right? How can we match the infrastructure, how can we match the curriculum to solve future problems or existing problems? What would life look like then? You know, rather than waiting for an entire new generation to experience an entire new set of problems, to travel, leave, come back, solve, and it's now this really disgusting cycle of, you know, issues. And I think it's really important. It's no need to run about the bush. This is our reality, right? We're sitting down here today because we've worked in these fields. We understand the landscape. There is a serious problem, and I think it's really up to us now to figure out how to solve it. And I understand what Yusuf was saying with the next generation, but how can we also equip that generation? So over to you. Sorry, just had to put that.
I think what you both said is like really amazing. You know, I think encouragement is actually really important when it comes to education, because I think a lot of young people have, I mean, we're all young, you know, but I mean, we all have from family, you know, and friends and other mentors that I still have now. So I think that's a really kind of key element to education that is overlooked, but I'm happy to say it, you know, actually, you know, mentoring and giving people the attention, you know, and giving them your experience, you know, that goes a long way. So yeah, I would encourage that for education as well. And the other thing is like, yeah, we talked a lot about infrastructure, you know, but I think the mind also is an environment and has like a mental ecology and infrastructure. So I think like basically sharpening the perspective to see the beauty that is all around us is really, really important to infrastructural building in the mind, you know? Like you said, there's so many design objects, there's so many different things that are all around us that it's amazing, but not having the sensitivity or, yeah, or just not being able to recognize, you know, how beautiful that is or how effective, you know, that is another thing that someone with education in a way could inspire someone to actually see by communicating.
No, that's very powerful. And, you know, you mentioned something about encouragement, which I think is a very strong word. You know, in Nigeria, you say you're an architect, you're a designer, you don't get that respect as a lawyer or a doctor. And you also see people shying away from subjects like this or, you know, industries like ours because, you know, automatically it's not lucrative. Automatically, we don't think we can make money or a sustainable lifestyle from this. But realizing the very like bed that you're lying on was designed by a designer, your house that you're living in, designed by a designer, even your forefathers designed their houses hundreds of years ago. And the question is how, you know, it's so beautiful that you mentioned that encouragement is needed. And I think it starts from the home. I think it starts from oneself. I think one has to also, you know, validate one's process as well. And not to take too much time, I'm going to go to Eve to see what she has to say about
I'll give the fly the mic. It
Yeah,
really seems
right.
like
I
it
was like,
wants to
what's
say
going on?
something.
It's jacking my style.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to actually just add one thing about the education. I think it was really hard to pin it down, but I really think we're talking about institutionalized education as opposed to formal and informal. Part of a lot of what we've been discovering is that there's so much knowledge, especially indigenous knowledge, that it's like a body itself. It like lives and it's like a person, and it's passed down and constantly changed and revamped And it changes because the environment, the economy, everything around it changes to that rate. And I feel like a lot of the struggles that we're going through is deeply rooted in a complete disregard for the indigenous knowledge, also indigenous ways of acquiring knowledge. And if we can find ways to like be sensitive to this and pay attention to this, and also I think pay attention in ourselves as to when we disregard this and when we play it off as not scientific or not credible, then I think, I can't speak for anyone that's not me, then I think I can start to understand what the future of education even looks like and how I want to play a part in that. What was the other? Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
I think to that point, I think once you understand that, like once we actually start to recognize those things, then the improvement of, you know, institutional education or the creation of maker spaces or, you know, bringing in machinery to now do even more things with your craft doesn't become disruptive to the context because you've now recognized the value in your traditional knowledge or the value in ways that we're already solving for things in a very unique way. Because, you know, I really understand the need of, can we just get access to this machinery? How can we push our craft forward? How can we design better if we have this machinery that we don't have here? But then at the same time, you know, how can we do that in a way that is relevant to making in this space that is sustainable? Because no one is trying to replicate what mass industrialization has done to the world. How can we do that in ways that are scalable, again, for here? But I feel like once we actually have that recognition of the value of our traditional knowledge, then we can use the machinery in ways that make sense and not just say, oh, I saw this thing in IKEA and I want to make it. Finally, I have the machine to make it. Let me make it and paint it, you know. Sorry. And paint it, you know, with Ankara patterns and yay, I can now make this thing. But there should be a pride in there's a way that we design things. There's a unique material awareness, like the materials that we have access to that others don't or that are better for this environment. So now I have the means or there are new skills that
No, 100%. And I think the word context is a very important word here, right? Where it's like things that align with the environment and align with our reality. And another thing that comes to mind after hearing all of you is co-design, is participatory programming. How do we also design in hand with the community? So it's not just it's not just us, it is all of us. We are able to say, you know what, this is what we know, but then we also know you know, the community could also add context or value to this process. How can we hand in hand create new systems? How can we hand in hand create new policies that not only are elevated or more refined, but are relevant and that work? So moving on to the next question, it's quite speculative because it hasn't happened before, at least to my knowledge. But you know, what do you think Nigeria would look like with a designer, an architect, and a policymaker working hand in hand to create new systems for economic growth? And do you think that's even possible?
I think it's possible. I just need a second to think about it really quick.
Okay.
You can go.
It's happening.
Yeah.
This is it. Like, this is it. And for example, we just had a workshop, I think it was last week, and the workshop was called Reviewing Nigeria's Building Codes Towards Flood Resilience Architecture. So we're looking at how we can start to change policy towards now incorporating flood resilience into policy making, also into the building code. We invited academics to first, try and do some sort of review, and then the next step is to invite state governments to try and do some review on the academics, comments. And I think it's in about 3 years, we're gonna do it all over again. And it's gonna feel like we did it for the first time ever, because the infrastructure to actually take what was discussed and argued for hours in these rooms is just not existent. And often we do a lot of hard work here. Like, it's really difficult to pair together even as architects alone and as designers, and then you now pair in people from the government, and you're now all together sketching and arguing, and it's really, really difficult work, because even to just design with another architect is just like, but we do this in these rooms, and the actual support to implementing this is bare to none, because we're all, once we've gotten this done, we're all now looking into like, okay, so who's going to take it to the federal government? But I think even though it might feel kind of like redundant, and when I look back and I say, hey, how many times have you done this? I say, oh, we did this actually in 2001. We need to keep doing it, because we need to, it's not that we need to realize that we need to change policy, is that we need to realize that the policy just doesn't work. The structure that we have in terms of policy making is just, it's not our structure at all. Whenever the next phase at the end is to then go to the community and say, we did this with the state governments, with all these architects, and to try and convince these people that this new policy that we've come up with is towards your benefit. By the time that gets there, it's not about flood resilience anymore. It's a completely different ballgame. We're talking about something they might have even evacuated. So it's idea of policy making. I think it's a little unfitting, but really it's more about going into the community, speaking with them, and then realizing, I think, as designers is what we have a lot of work to do. When I speak with the community, I don't see problems. It's when I think about what I'm trying to do for the community that I start to find problems and start to say, Eve, you can't just then ask the government to give you this piece of land to build, because that's someone's land, So I think the revision really has to come inside that room where we're all making policies, and that's the circle running around. The communities are, they're doing perfectly fine. The only issue is that now they're facing problems that go beyond their reach. They're facing problems that they can't go to the source and stop.
Amazing. Zoe, what do you think? Oh, Yusuf, are you ready? Okay. Zoe, what do you think about that? Because she says it already exists, right? So, and from the workshop you've done, I know you're doing a workshop with the National Museum, which you can tell us more about and how that kind of ties into it. And I've done workshops with the government as well, right? I did a workshop with the Ministry of Transport for Anambra State, looking at the mobility structures within the 4 local governments, which are Anambra East, Anambra North, Mambala, all these other places. And it's chaotic, because you're talking to this, to the Oga, who's a commissioner who, is well-knowledge and, is an expert in this, but then you also see that these communities are evolving, as you mentioned. I think the disconnect is the local government and federal government, first of all, and then also us, which is, the third party, because we see the problems, but there are so many different levels before you can actually execute. So this workshop that you mentioned now, hopefully, it comes alive. But you and I both know that it's going to be a very long time before that happens. The question is, I guess, to Zoe, my question to you would be, knowing the time frame or the potential time frame and the potential bottlenecks, what is the realm what does a realm look like without that? And if it doesn't, what are your thoughts on that? What do you think could change?
I might ruffle some feathers.
Love that.
But I think the more that we think about being a designer, we may have to let go of the idea of being the superstar, or being the one that has the solution that is coming in to, help this community and understand that, hey guys, there are problems here. I think they're very much aware of what the problems are, but also what the opportunities are. I think sometimes the greatest strength a designer can have, and I hope for anyone that wants to be an aspiring designer, you're kind of already a designer because we're all problem solving every day, knowingly and unknowingly. But I think what's really important is sometimes your greatest skill or contribution is your communication and your ability to facilitate the communities create their own solution. I don't know if that made sense, but sometimes as a designer, you're just there to be the bridge between the community and the government, or to help them see a new world that you're trying to build, whether that world makes sense to them, to co-world build together, and maybe there's something that comes out of that you didn't even know was the solution. And sometimes you're just there to bring the organizational skills that you have as a designer, because design at its core is about creating order. So I think we have to let go of that sometimes. And it can be hard because designers have egos. Every creative person has an ego because you think you know what is best, So I think that might be one step, especially in a situation where, like Eve, you were saying, okay, now who's going to take it to the federal government? Okay, now will this actually get off the ground? There's so many hurdles in front. So the best kind of input might be to expand the mind of people you're working with through your communication, through storytelling, through facilitation of what already exists. I say that because that's kind of where I'm working now as a design researcher. Part of my work is really rooted in creating moments where people are recognizing inherent value in our traditional design and in the design happening all around us today. The workshop you mentioned tomorrow, for example, is solely for people who are interested in digital cultural conservation. So it's all about introducing certain skills and tools. It's just tool-based, because a tool can just help you do anything you want. It's not driven by anything, but by acquiring a certain skill. But the workshop is inviting enthusiasts, people who are interested in that application of a digital tool to cultural conservation, to just play, to hear from different practitioners, Nigerian and otherwise, about using digital tools to create worlds or to ask certain questions about the built environment, and then to push that forward. I'm not ascribing a way to push forward. I'm just kind of creating an opportunity for people to interact with tools, to ask certain questions, or I'm asking certain questions to people, and hopefully then giving people tools to then do the design work, rather than saying, hey, I'm a star designer and I have a 10-step plan. And the other thing is time, because we think that, we can do all this within a week. We'll have a workshop and then we'll take it there, it'll be approved and implement, and it never really fits into that time. Sometimes you have to build patience and, watch. It's a slow process anyway, but yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I guess I just want to add to what everyone said. I think the beautiful thing is, like, I've been looking a lot at like ant hills, termite hills, and I think the beautiful part for me is that, like, to answer your question, I think just hearing the different ways the three of you are doing things, it's very amazing, and it's actually like if each one of you were an ant, we're all kind of working in our different, interesting, and unique ways in this big ant colony. And ants can really take over. I mean, they're very strong when they're together, but they're individual but collective. So I think, yeah, it's very beautiful. Or even the rain, for instance. I mean, that's rain, but it's actually one drop, 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 one drop. And then that makes this beautiful rain that brings so much water and nutrients. So I feel like if we continue to understand that we're a collective, but also understand our uniqueness and in the ways that we can impact certain things, then we can move forward. You know, that's what I think a future looks like that you proposed.
That's incredible. And this brings me to the last question, and I want each and every one of you to answer it. What is an ideal future framework? And you don't have to go in deep. Like, what's your ideal future framework for economic growth, knowing that architecture and design are important catalysts in moving an industry regardless, right? The world has shown us this already. In a world that would kind of like immerse these two different disciplines, or rather elevate or emphasize these two different disciplines within policymaking, within education, within just the general environment and the reality of Nigeria, what would a future framework look like? I'll answer last, so I want Zoe to answer first, and Eve, then Yusuf, and then me.
Okay, I think it's 3 things. I'll probably think of like 10 more things afterwards. But I think it's traditional design, material awareness, and intra-African connection. I really believe in the potential of free trade zones, for example, that can facilitate connection between African nations and all the, okay, we don't have this yet, but Rwanda does, or we don't have this yet, but Ghana does. Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay. I really think about it in terms of I guess the best way I can visualize it is in terms of rivers. I love water, and so when we're studying rivers, the major thing in communicating is that it's not the Niger River. It's just one body. So it's not the Mississippi River. It's the same thing as the Niger River. It's the same thing. It's just that where it looks disconnected, but it's actually just underground and flowing. Water is completely encompassing the whole earth, and what you see in front of you is actually just a network that connects all the way. And I think, for me, I really, really dislike the idea of borders. I don't like state lines. I don't like that, we think of Kogi State or Anambra, and, for me, it's the second that we realize that it's the same place that we're talking about, it's the same thing, it's just a gradient that moves across different regions, the same way that we start to put like environmental or climate zones where we say like subtropical savanna north, because there's a transition. If we do that for environments, we can't draw a line and then say, in this state, they do this. In that state, that's the policy. In this country, it's this policy. But once we start understanding that it's not lines anymore, it's gradients, then I think that's the framework for designing, for communicating, that makes the most sense and that will actually be the most effective, but more importantly, the most intuitive. It's intuitive because it's not about opening a book and then understanding what happens when you cross this state line. It's about communicating with the person next to you and understanding what's going on in this environment and in this region. So the second that we start shifting from, names of places, I like names of places. The second we start shifting from lines and borders and saying this is that area, that's them versus us. The second that we can figure out what comes after them versus us, then we can really start to create a really intuitive and intelligent framework.
Wow, that's amazing. Yusuf.
Yeah, really amazing. Mine is just adapt and reuse. It's so many things that can be reused and transformed in the environment. When we think about like pollution, contamination, like I just want to focus on that aspect, you know? Reuse. Like, how can we reuse what is around us, you know?
I think for me, and first of all, everything you guys have said have been incredible. I've learned so much, and it's always great talking to each and every one of you. So collectively, it's like amazing. But for me, it's really about co-designing with the community. I see a future where I am, creating furniture with a local government chairman or the OB or the Igwe of that village. I'm sitting down with him, showing him my plans. There's an architect that's talking about the material culture and the research that's done. He said, no, in Omambala, they're used to this particular material. Talk to John. We go to John, and John tells us about, and something interesting that John actually told me was in 1925, 2 boys from Oka went to England because they were so incredible at being a blacksmith that they were transported to England for a competition in 1925. And if a John did not tell me that information, I would have not, it's not in the books, I wouldn't have known that. So there is a certain, there's a certain elegance and there's a certain level of weight when it comes to, as you mentioned, traditional knowledge, because a lot of things are lost in oral history, right? We realize the history that we've read or has been presented to us is extremely warped. So the questions, I think it's very important for us to work with let's ask some questions.
This Oka story.
Yeah.
The boys that were sent to England, they won the competition.
They won the competition.
And they built.
Oh, you know it.
Yeah, I think
okay,
they built the Lion Gates in Buckingham Palace.
Yes.
What? Yes.
From Anambra State.
From Anambra.
In 1925.
I'm not joking.
She just found enough to the 2 boys that went to England in 1925. And John told me. All right, so let's open the floor to questions. I see a lot of hands up. Can someone pass the microphone to the audience, please?
Hello, thank you. So this was an amazing talk, so congratulations to every single one of you.
Sorry, do you mind putting the mic right here?
Right here?
Yes.
Is that okay? I just want to say congratulations. This was an amazing talk. My question for you all is, you've spoken a lot about the communities and designing. There is also something there that I think was in the underlining of what you were talking about, in meeting people where they are and starting that conversation from that point to get someone where they are in their language or their communication or what they're thinking. How do you start there and how do you get to a position of realization for them and for yourselves?
Okay, cool.
Can you say the question, Miles? I didn't hear.
I didn't hear the question
No,
either.
I heard.
I was
heard
gonna
what
wing
you
it,
said.
by the way, guys.
I'll try and. Do you want to come up? The idea of meeting a community where they are. How do you go through that process?
Hello? Okay,
Yes.
it sounds very loud. So I said underlining in all of your conversation from maybe trying to convince somebody or to having to understand that. So it's almost a point. And so my question was for each of you, what is your recommendation, the practical tools that you might advise someone on how to start conversations for all this that you've spoken about to be enabled?
That's what that came to mind with empathy. I think as designers, something that Zoe said is something that I am also learning on the job. And I think everyone's learning. Ego, right? Patients will humble you, projects will humble you. You can fail, and then that's now like, oh my goodness, like I thought one could know more than the other. And for me, what I would say, empathy is very important when working with the community, because at the end of the day, it's extremely humbling, where they have to now ask an external person who's not a part of their community to help their community survive. And I think knowing those aspects of that situation, I think you would have to use empathy to kind of my own take.
Yeah, I think that's a key point. We didn't talk much about our everything that each one of us is doing. But I think for me, it's really tricky because I'm a lot of times working with different shamans and different like chiefs of different villages, like spiritual leaders and things like this. And they actually, I'm using or communicating with them, or just, I'm not saying much. They're in the Amazon or different places. They don't speak English, you know, they speak their language, you know. So I think a lot of times removing my ego and just like completely listening, and then using my creativity kind of as a funnel in a way, and kind of bringing that species actually affects their community, and just bringing awareness about that is my humble gesture as a gratefulness actually for being accepted. Yeah, and I've been rejected a lot also, you know, just from coming in. It's like, keep going, like, you know. So just being humble and learning from experiencing and contemplation is very important for me with community.
I think really quickly, 100%, some practical tips that I learned, because the first year was learn how to be a researcher, which is to shut up and to open your ears. So that's really it, you know. It's to, and I think one thing as well is to not go into an interaction with a patronizing. You see, no, that's not what I'm at. And I think, like Yusuf said, being quiet and listening and letting the conversation actually reveal certain things. People, especially in my context, in my field of design, it's terrible. Just because they don't use the word design does not mean it's not design. Look up Jugaad, Jugaad in India. That is. And so, for example, going to have a conversation with someone and trying to get them to see my definition of design is not the way to do it. Yeah.
I mean, I think everyone has really said it. It's exactly my same experience in trying to slightly humble myself as well, or just at least open my ears. My biggest issue is also communication, and that I really have to be extremely dependent on the person that has invited me into the community as a participant. And even being is that I'm an architectural designer, or I can also start bidding gaps, and what I have to deliver something at the end, and that's where my conversation comes in, and that's what I have to. I think once it's really hard to realize that, because again, my idea comes from like playing Sims and playing God, but I think this is the part that I hope it gets better as I keep going, but realizing it and recognizing when it happens for me is when I start taking a step back and saying, I'm just an architect, I'm just a designer, and that's what I'm presenting, is just this.
Can I go ahead? Oh, interested in your conversation or a statement. We talked about educating, because we're talking about future frameworks. And
sorry to interrupt you. You said consumer education.
Consumer education through storytelling.
Through storytelling.
Because earlier you talked about how people don't really understand when you say, oh, I'm a designer, or I'm an architect, or I'm this. And the truth is that I feel like a lot of people do not understand, because we're not telling stories anymore. We're not talking about our designs in a way that they can understand and that they can, relate with. So when we talk about educating designers, are you talking about, and can we talk about educating consumers and the larger population, so they understand why they need these things, how they use. One of the key, we don't just design and produce, we tell stories. We talk about how you're doing that in your different fields, and how you think we can use it even better in the future. So thank you.
Did everyone hear her? Did everyone hear her?
No,
No?
But I think she's talking, and please correct me if
I
I'm
heard
wrong.
you, and I'm itching to answer. Sorry.
Okay, so you go for it, yeah.
Because that's the very heart of what I do. I think storytelling is incredibly important. I think design is storytelling, conscious and unconscious storytelling. When I say good design, an image kind of pops into everyone's head. No one had to, well, through globalization and certain other factors, we have a set idea of what is good design and what is bad design. And also based on how we use and use things and interacts with the world, we know what is good design and what is bad design. I think storytelling is important. I think sometimes as a designer, you're not just creating things. Like I said earlier, you're world building, you're creating, you're expanding minds. What you said specifically about how we used to, on my website, homenka.com, but it's also all objects, things across African cultures that were used, like mbuzi, coconut, scraping out the interior of a coconut. And I call out all the different design decisions that were made in the creation of these objects. Exactly, the public gets a wider understanding of what is good design. They don't see this material and think, oh, I beg, that's rough, or that's not high quality. You know, it's our job to do that by first recognizing the value of our traditional design, of our contextual materials, of the infrastructural solutions that are happening in front of us. Once we get that as designers, then we know the best ways to storytell and to get the public to see the value as well, not to rush them or force them, but to Homenka. And I try to create an experience where I'm showing you the creation of, yes, I made a stool, fun, important to do. Yeah.
Okay. I completely agree that storytelling is extremely just being like, and it was so sweet. Like there was an actual story, and for me, the only way that I can kind of imitate this or aspire to this is mostly through like graphic design. I grew up on video game and comics, and with comics, I just found some of the just most amazing graphics that were just so loud, so strong, and just like really inspiring. And unfortunately, it takes so much time to storytell. I will never be an animator because the amount of time it takes to just tell a very simple story in a captivating way it takes like love. And I think that's the main thing. In our practice, it's architecture, design, and data. And so a lot of the data that we get is very like boring. It's like rainfall data. It's in 0, 0. From this year to this year, there was a major spike in this, lines of numbers. And it can't just be a text that said, in 1992, there was a... For me, that's why data is so important. A lot of the work that we do is research-based. There's data back end. But to try and push this to an audience, conversation we had recently, we realized that the only way to do this is if you truly just love the hell out of what you're doing, because there's no other way. You have to just love it for you to spend the amount of time telling that story. If you don't love it, the story is lost. It's done.
Okay, next question. Next question. Yeah.
Hi.
5 hands.
Hello. Thank you guys so much for your for this session. I really love the topic future frameworks. My name is Josh Agassi, by the way. So I just thought about something, and I just asked myself a question: if we were to be colonized right now from here, and I think it's a question that we really need to ask ourselves, because there's something missing, that was very much present back in the days of our forefathers. Yeah, I think we are constantly losing soul, and I think soul is inherent in the pieces. Now that I am seeing myself, I feel so conscious, but piece of art, yeah, and it does not necessarily need to look like what our forefathers created. Yeah, I've seen Zoe's piece. Yeah, I look at this piece and I marvel, and I'm like, this evokes so much spirituality. It holds so much essence, and I feel connected to this piece. And yet it feels so minimalist. Yeah, and I think a lot of us are missing out on this because we're trying to make products that look, or make pieces that look cool. So my question is, how are you guys in your own practices preserving the soul that is an African piece of art or an African piece of design? So my question is, in your individual practices, how are you to Nigeria or to your tribe or whatever it is? Yeah, how are you? Because I am so curious. Yeah, because we are constantly losing ourselves. We're losing our essence to minimalism. Yeah, we actually carry so much that is deeper than what can be defined by what's happening around us. So how are you preserving?
It's low. Can you hear me? You can't hear me? Hello. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like in my personal practice, I think I would say the first thing is this, right? I don't think every designer and architect needs the burden of preserving heritage or being a custodian of heritage. I think it's the ones who choose that path, like myself, and I guess like everyone here and yourself as well. Because I think it's very important for us to also understand there's so many different types of designers, and you can also exist in so many different ways without the emphasis on cultural heritage. And you can also design without a soul. And I think as a designer, every day I'm beginning to realize that there's no bad design. It's just a different type of design. In regards to your particular question, I would say in my practice, it's heavily focused around Southeastern culture. I'm looking at social dynamics, I'm looking at typologies, methodology. Interesting saying how anthropology informs my work. But then I also have the courage to still add my own essence of lived experience. So I think there's a certain level of like also self-exploration that comes into it, where you're an interesting hybrid of the history you've learned and what you've lived. And I think it's that intersection of how am I able to retranslate history that makes sense to me in hopes to inspire other people. So I'm not necessarily taking that burden of like, oh my God, I need to almost preserve history so it doesn't wither away. I want to create a new realm of history that creates a whole new channel, a whole new school of thought that in 100 years to come, people will be like, oh wow, 100 years before Miles, it was XYZ, and now he was able to bring this really interesting school of thought to Nigerian or African design. So I think it's really, really important for, especially a designer who uses cultural heritage to inform his or her work, to add his or her DNA into his practice and almost create this really interesting hybrid.
I think I'm kind of on the same page where I'm in whatever I make, I can't help it. It's just going to be only what I am. Even though I'm really interested in pre-colonial architecture as a reference, I don't have the goal of preservation, only expression. And whether I like it or not, if anyone was to look at my drawing, they would say, is this, a traditional Igbo courtyard reference? I see it a lot in her build. I think that's the key in terms of the idea of preservation. like McMansion / Igbo. I don't think I have any idea what that's going to be.
I mean, I think you're all right. If you're a designer, presentation of Nigerian design, whether it looks, sorry.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think we need to disconnect our idea of it. Yeah. I think I also personally prefer, in my own practice, preservation implies sitting in a dusty box, just being stared at, unused. But I think conservation and continuity imply to synthesis, right? Into new expressions. So yeah.
I would just say a friend of mine and a curator once said to me, just a short line. She said, what you create, I mean, to some extent, I mean, there's a lot of research that goes in, and then I'm letting the object say what it is back to me. You know, there's this feedback loop between, I really feel connected to my father, my great-grandmother, and what they did, and actually seeing their voice come through to me on a personal level based on the objects that I'm creating is really enriching. Now, when that work is shown in other contexts, in different places around the world, I'm very much so open to people having their own experience with the piece, you know, and it doesn't necessarily have to reflect the feedback that I'm having with the object or my personal kind of internal inspiration for it. So for me, I think it's important to create from a place of freedom. And so that's what I'm trying to do with a lot of the works.
I just want to quickly add on what everyone said, and I think a reality always has to designer to take on, especially when, you know, I'm not an archivist, right? It's not about generation. You know, I look at generations almost like, or rather the concept of the Mbari house, which I think is so beautiful, where the structure is meant to wash away. And I was having a conversation with a friend, and I was like, what, you know, you look at our artifacts in the British Museum, these objects were not made to last that long. And you have the British Museum spending hundreds and millions of pounds to preserve stolen artifacts. What does life look like if we actually embrace the beauty of impermanence, right? Quote unquote, shout out to Tosin for that. But what does life look like if we truly...
She had a question for a while, and then...
Is that her? Is that good now?
I'm
Yes.
you, yeah.
Can
Hello.
someone pass her a mic?
My name is Victoria, and my question is based on the initial discussion concerning institutionalized education sector and informal. It has been evident that in the institutionalized education sector, there has been an element of designing and its likes. So my question is, how do we induce the institutionalized education sector to encourage and allow free thinking in students and individuals?
That's a great question. Did you hear it? She was talking about how can one infuse free thinking into the curriculum, allowing a space, I guess a more wider space to learn. And I think this is why incubators sorry, this fly, yo, what's up? I think it's very important to realize incubators, think tanks, extracurricular societies are so important when it comes to education, because I guess the hard reality is that institutions might never allow that, right? So how do you create your own space? And how do you also free yourself from the affliction of being dependent on the institutions, I guess, institutions making space for you to think freely or to express yourself? I think it's very important to understand that yes, we want institutions that work, but it really is about willpower. You have to apply yourself, you have to create space for yourself, you have to take up space, you have to be audacious, you have to be ambitious, and there's nothing wrong with that. And you will be met with a turbulent journey, but at the end of the day, it's going to work. So I think it's very important for you to bet on yourself, and also don't wait for a space to be made. Make that space yourself. If you feel that that's necessary, go to your register or get a group of friends and say, yo, we can do things differently. All you need is 2 people. You know, I was at the Royal College of Arts. I started the first ever African Society. I remember messaging Zoe, and she was like, I don't know what you're doing, but let's go. You know, and I remember during our first meeting, she was like, I get it. And there's never been an African society at the Royal College of Arts since 1953. You know what I mean? So it's very important for you to take up space and for you to make space.
I would say be comfortable with embracing failure.
Yeah.
You know, like be addicted to failing, you know, because the more you fail, it's just one step closer to realizing the solution, you know? And I think a lot of times, I don't know, I mean, educational systems, it's like, get it right, you know? Make sure it's perfect, make sure it's correct, you know? And that validates the expertise of the person, you know? But actually, failing is just as important as getting it right, you know? And being comfortable with that, you know? So I think that is also important in relation to rethinking, like, embrace failure.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nkemjika Okorafor. I work as a, can everybody hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, I work as a creative consultant and a TV producer. So the question I have basically connects the design aspects, the economic growth, and the subtext of storytelling. I realize in the audiovisual space, there's this beautiful department called set design. And what I realize is over the years, you look at Hollywood productions and you see obvious brand placement. So I want to ask, in the design space, is there a channel or is there a conversation that's happening between a collaboration between the design space and the film industry or the audiovisual industry? Because at the end of the day, it's still part of storytelling. If the audience or the consumers are not seeing your work as, I would say, the basis or the components of our history, what's the point? So the question I want to ask is, are you guys interested in working on audiovisual projects? If yes, what are you looking for in the project before you plug in? If no, why?
I think that's a really interesting start of a conversation, because the earlier question that was asked about the importance of storytelling as a designer, especially a Nigerian designer.
Sorry.
Oh.
We have to take this off the stage. Yeah, there's a situation with the generator, so we'll come down and we'll have the questions in person. So sorry, everyone. I just got told. But maybe you finish up and then
Yeah, I'll just wrap up quickly. I think that what I was planning to say actually to this lovely lady coming down the aisle who asked the question was that the mode of storytelling is also really important, right? So Eve gave an example of comic books. If you are trying to communicate something, an idea to a culture that is not familiar with comic books, then it's a failed effort. So I think there's an importance in realizing what strikes a chord with people as a designer working contextually, right? It reminds me of like traditional storytelling, for example, in Igbo communities, especially with masquerade practices. Put the mask on, the whole regalia on, and a story is being told, the performance is being, and people get it. So I think the audiovisual, the film industry in Nigeria is booming, music is booming. That's a great method or a great channel to communicate certain ideas. Am I open? Yes, as a designer, completely open. I think in set design, in film, in plays, in just having even objects there, you don't have to create a whole presentation, but it's now being introduced into the visual reality of people as they're watching their favorite stories, or people are using
objects that are made by people that are very accessible too. It doesn't have to be the fanciest stool or the fanciest chair. But yeah, I agree basically to what you're saying. I think it's a great point of collaboration, and I'm open.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're just going to come down because of the technical issues, but please feel free to ask any one of us questions in person. And yeah, thank you so much for attending, and thank you everyone for coming to this panel. I think we've learned so much, and I'm excited to see what we're all going to do in the future.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please, a round of applause for all the panelists. Miles, Yusuf, Zoe, and Eve. Please, a round of applause for them one more time. I told you at the beginning that this was going to be very insightful, and I'm glad that I wasn't wrong at all. Like Miles said, let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep it open, and we can still get so much value. We'll take pictures very quickly. The panelists will take pictures together. We can have some of you join in the photo ops and take pictures with them, and then we'll take the rest of the announcements later. For those of you that went to Vivano Beddings and picked numbers for the raffle draw, the draw is happening right now. The draws happened, and then winner announcement is going to happen now. So please head over to the booth to find out who is going on with the amazing prize. Well, I won't tell you what that is. When you get to the booth, you're going to find out about it.